I would like to welcome you here in the Principal Ministry of Industry and Trade of the Czech Republic. My name is Vladimír Bartovic. I am President of the Europeum Institute for European Policy, the partner organization in this project. It is my pleasure to stand here in front of you at the concluding conference of the project that aims to renew the discussion on the deployment of CCS in the region of Eastern Europe. This project was from the beginning aimed at the one which should lead to the definition of new policies and new projects, joint projects in the region of Central and Eastern Europe. We have focused on building the evidence-based concept among key stakeholders that is possibly long-term pave the way for the implementation of concrete policy intervention. This project started 3 years ago. This project. And in the lifespan of the project, we covered countries in the region like Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary, Slovenia, Croatia, Romania, including Latvia, and Estonia. And many participants were here for this who registered for online participation, and they could for online exams for most of this time. And it is my pleasure to introduce you the project partner of this implementing projects. Leader, Vladimír, and I think that is located in Warsaw. The lead partner and coordinator of work in Poland, where you find us for the in second place, it's moving for European integration, Rønneberg. And it is a role of the student and I think for European integration and commission. This institute coordinated the works of the Republic and Slovakia. Third partner is Geological, located in the South Central Eastern European Prague in Mehsen. But we can focus on the work in Greenland, Latvia, Estonia. The fourth partner and the policy group is not located in and last but not least, our expert partner implementation for the Norway. Independent organization that aims to provide expertise regarding climate change by identifying environment, sustainable environment, social. Maybe last 2 information about the project. Project is really basic. The first moment, assessment of one state implementation or system deployment in the region of Central Europe. Also covering international levels each separate country, of course, integrating the risk result. The second phase, where my institute was working, we prepared the national roadmaps for the implementation of system development in Central and Eastern Europe. These roadmaps included the support implementation for. And then the third type of project is part of the third phase. We focus on capacity building UN network and support of research results and I would say also kind of advocacy work looking for CCS. And the last information about the project, as I mentioned, is the project was funded by the EEA and Norway grants fund for preparation. Thank you very much for that. We have a representation here as well. And now it is my pleasure to move forward to opening the event with the keynote speeches of representatives the Czech Ministry of Industry and Trade, Norwegian ambassadors to the Czech Republic, also Mr. Nora, Deputy Assistant Secretary from the Office of Travel Management, and Nora Mehsen from maybe just if you can go to the next slide before you back into the question. I would like you to just see the full program. The conference is divided into three major parts that are divided by categories for lunch. I most and more plan to go into the parts of the program. You can see it's very intensive. Also, those of you who in that knowledge the alerts there's lots of information stage perspective the CCS4 in the region so that's the end. I was longer than I wanted to be. Sorry for that. I'm not back to Mr. Tomáš to give the first keynote speech. In Greenland and Tomáš, I want to say that in his current position, the head of the research unit in the Department of Cooperation, Mr. Smejkal was administrator in 2013. He was responsible and he is responsible for section energy and energy policy. He is the one coordinating the preparation, national energy and environment plan for the Czech Republic. It's representative of the structures of agencies.
Thank you. I took the longer road to give you more time, but didn't know that my bio is that long. So, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency, dear colleagues, it is my pleasure to welcome you here in Prague, in the premises of Ministry of Industry and Trade, in this beautiful historic room and building, and open the regional conference focused on the topic on carbon capture and storage and carbon capture and utilization and storage, which is also final closing conference for the project that was already mentioned in quite detail with this abbreviation CCS4 CEE or Central Eastern Europe. We are well glad that we can host this conference here in Czech Republic, and we hope that it would be full of important and valuable information and exchanges among you experts on this very topic, since the project was 3 years and the outputs were immense, and the cooperation that I could see. And we think that the final conference you would have a lot of ideas to exchange and conclude this great project. I would like also to forward to you very welcome and regards from Mr. Minister Sikala, who unfortunately cannot be with us today. Let me start by also remembering our dear colleague from Czech Geological Survey, Mr. Vladimír, who unfortunately passed away at the beginning of this year. He was undoubtedly one of the most important promoter and expert on CCS technology in the Czech Republic. His enthusiasm for this topic and also knowledge of this topic was, I would say, unparalleled. And he was also the main, I would say, ambassador in the context of experts outside the Czech Republic. And I believe that many of you knew Mr. Vladimír personally and will miss him dearly, not only as a colleague and expert, but also as a friend. At this point, I would like to say a few words or opening words with regards to what is happening on the EU level and also on the national level, just to lead you in the more detailed discussion during the devoted panels that are ahead of us today. So we all know that in 2019 the EU launched the European Green Deal initiative that should lead our way as a Europe to carbon neutral economy by 2050. Most of the representative modeling that were done on the EU level, but also on the regional level, shows us that this future is achievable, but that it will require all tools and measures for decarbonization that is available. We are currently finalizing the draft of our national energy and climate plan, and also from the modeling that was carried on Czech Republic level, we are getting the same message, reaching the complete carbon neutrality by 2050 without some contribution of CCS and CCUS technology, especially for the country as Czech Republic with a fairly high share of industry, will be very, very difficult. In this regard, we are glad that this is recognized on the EU level. From 2021, we have CCUS roadmap to 2030, which was prepared on the set plan level, which was also devoted and has also the set plan has a devoted implementation working group focusing on the CCS technology. Important milestone was also initiated of CCUS forum. This year, communication on a Green Deal industrial plan for the net zero age also recognized the role of CCS and CCUS and should be followed by Net Zero Industry Act. The Commission also launched public consultation on industrial carbon management under European Green Deal, which ended recently, if I'm not mistaken, was in August that it ended, and I think we all look forward to the conclusion of this consultation. These strategies, coupled together with pilot projects from innovation funds and dedicated infrastructure finance, for example, through Trans-European European Networks for Energy, can really contribute to the development of CCS technology. Let me now say a few words about the context from the point of view of the Czech Republic, because I started with, let's say, more wider EU approach, but now let me say just a few, again, introductory words on the level of Czech Republic leading you to your discussion. We are very glad that there are a number of projects, namely 6 of research projects focused on CCS and CCUS, but also bio-CCS that are currently ongoing or very, very recently concluding. And we are building on approximately 20 research projects that were completed in the period 2004 and 2020. Again, it was already said, but we here have to emphasize the role of Norwegian grad, and we are very glad that we have Mr. Mehsen here, Nora among us, who will give us her keynote speech in the moment, and I believe say more words about this topic. Unfortunately, there is so far no pilot or demonstration project, and we hope that Czech companies will be successful in unlocking the financing, mainly through the innovation fund, but also other available funds. I know that you have a, let's say, dedicated panel on financing, so I'm looking forward even to this panel to kind of get around more knowledge about this. Since this conference is hosted by CCS4CEE initiative or project, we also have to emphasize the role of CCS and CCUS roadmap for Czech Republic. I believe that all the countries, including our CCS roadmap, and there were a number of other outputs from the project, and we really kind of recognize this roadmap as a very good instrument for the policymakers, and we are kind of even preparing the national climate and energy plan we are looking at this roadmap to kind of see what policies and what barriers are for development on this technology. We are also glad that on the level of Czech Republic, the CO2 Czech Solution Group was established that gathers relevant industrial and research partners. Let me also very briefly mention National Energy and Climate Plan. From the extensive modeling, as I said, that was carried through. We see that deployment of CCS and CCUS in the period 2035 and 2050, mainly in the industrial sector, but also deployment in the energy sector, mainly in form of bio-CCS, to provide negative emission is very important, almost to say crucial. Carbon neutrality is very difficult to achieve, and the last miles are especially difficult. Each pathway depends to some extent on CCS and CCUS, especially in hard to abate sectors such as, for example, cement or chemical production. Limit of storage capacity was set on the level of 9 megatons a year based on current estimates and research project, but we did some sensitivity analysis which models even doubling of the storage, also kind of assuming that there would be EU-wide flows of the CO2. NECP, or National Climate and Energy Plan, is currently being prepared mainly for periods up to 2030, but we are also ready to emphasize the role of CCS and CCU, especially in the longer period. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm also slightly longer than I intended to, so let me conclude here. I look very forward to very interesting panels that are ahead of us. I myself, I'm very glad that I can also take part in the first panel that is devoted to the policy for the CCS deployment in the CEE region and for the region. I hope that this conference will give you opportunity to share ideas, inspire each other, and find common ground on the topic of CCS and CCU and its future role. Let me wish you a successful and fruitful discussion. Thank you for your attention, and now let me pass, if I'm not mistaken, to Mr. Deich from the Department of Energy to deliver. Okay. Sorry for that, sir. Thank you.
Tomáš, thank you very much. I would like to thank once again to the Ministry for very good cooperation on the project since the beginning. We had also the same level of very good cooperation with the Ministry of Environment. But thank you especially for your kind words when you said that the roadmaps created within the framework of this project are useful and will be taken into account in preparation of the Czech strategy. And I hope the situation will be the same in other countries. That is the most important. That's why we did the whole project. So thank you very much for that again. And I would like to now welcome on the stage Ambassador of Norway, Mr. Conrad Victor Conrad Rønneberg. Ambassador is a diplomat, a graduate in political sciences. He gained his diplomatic experience in Australia, Denmark, but also Kenya. But I dare to say he's a great expert on security, because I can see that he spent quite substantial part of his career in Norwegian representation to NATO, but also in various high-level positions also within the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And since September 2022, he is the ambassador of Norway in the Czech Republic. So, Mr. Ambassador, please.
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure being here. I'll try to be short, so leave the floor to those of you that actually will help us explain how far we have come and how we can move forward with regard to CCS. But let me just start with saying that the Norwegian government is convinced that carbon capture and storage must be one important part of the solution to the climate crisis. We believe so because we know that it will be almost impossible to live up to the 2-degree target without CCS. We believe so because for some industries, CCS is the only way to remove all greenhouse gas emissions. And above all, we believe so because we know that CCS is both technically feasible and safe. We are, however, aware that capturing CO2 from gas production on the Norwegian continental shelf and re-injecting it into the subsea formations is quite different from handling CO2 from major land-based industries. To demonstrate that CCS is a viable technical and economical alternative also for such industries, we have launched the so-called Longship project that I believe we will hear more about later today. Norway is also cooperating with other nations on how to provide large-scale hydrogen supplies to Europe through decarbonizing of natural gas while safely storing the extracted CO2. Our ambition is to make Norway a leading force in the green transition, while at the same time continue as a stable and reliable supplier of energy. To this end, we want to share knowledge and experiences and work with you and other partners to better understand the barriers and opportunities for CCS projects. We hope there is potential for CCS projects also in the Central and Eastern European region, and are eager to hear more about this during the conference. I'm both glad and proud that Norway, through the EEA and Norway grants, has been given the opportunity to support the CCS4CEE project. We are presently negotiating the next EEA and Northern grant period, where green transition and growth most certainly will be a priority area. It is therefore my hope and my belief, I dare say, that we in the years to come can strengthen our cooperation even further towards the aim of a fully carbonized and green Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Thank you also for mentioning the Longship project. Some of us, we had the opportunity to go to Norway and to see different parts of the Longship project. For us, as I said, it was a climax of the project because we spent 3 years on researching and digging deep into the topic, but it was kind of intangible for us until we visited Norway and we saw that CCS is reality. So I would like to thank Norway for being the pioneer and the champion of the CCS deployment in Europe. And now I would like to welcome on the floor Mr. Deich. Mr. Deich is the Deputy Assistant Secretary for the Office of Carbon Management in the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management of the U.S. Department of Energy. He oversees the carbon management program, which includes work on carbon capture, conversion, and storage. He has a strong background in carbon removals as a co-founder of Carbon 180, as well as in environmental markets and carbon offset at Accenture and ICF International. Noah, the floor is yours.
All right, good morning, everyone, and thank you for that wonderful introduction. It's great to be here. Thank you for our colleagues in governments here in the Czech Republic, across Europe. There's a ton of amazing work happening here. Before I jump in, maybe can I ask the organizing committee, everyone who's been involved in this project, to just please stand up briefly so that everyone here can give a big round of applause for all of the work that goes into this. Yeah, thank you. Prior to government, I worked in civil society. I know how hard it is to pull off an event like this. You have government officials like myself that are fickle to schedule, and you all do amazing work to make this happen. And I think it's actually a great prelude for what I would like to share with folks today, which is that the work that's happening here is essential for climate. We have to do it. It's incredibly important, as the ambassador just remarked. This is where the rubber really meets the road for us turning the ambition of the Paris Agreement into something that we might actually be able to achieve. The other side of the coin is it's incredibly challenging. We know that firsthand in the US. It may be, we're very optimistic from a technical standpoint, but we recognize that the hurdles are now not necessarily does the technology work, which we're confident it does. It's how do we actually build projects? How do we get things implemented? And that's where it really becomes challenging and is another set of challenges that this field, while we've been working on carbon capture for decades, we haven't ever been at this stage of commercial deployment, which is really exciting. But that said, there's an enormous amount of new activity happening, not just here, but around the world. And where I'd like to conclude is just to share what we are doing and so excited from the US's perspective about how the global community can really advance carbon management technology. So to the first point, what I really want to stress is that we now in the United States have a policy framework in the Inflation Reduction Act and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law that for the first time really cements carbon management as a key piece of the US's approach to climate. We have all known that it's really important. And while we've invested in research and development through my office for over 20 years at this point into each piece of the carbon management value chain, for the first time ever, we actually have a framework that's going to make projects happen in the United States in a meaningful way. And that's a real important recognition from our entire government that carbon management has to be a piece of the climate strategy. Our administration in particular is focused on carbon management as a tool to help primarily with industrial decarbonization. We know that heavy industry in many cases has few alternatives, yet represents a growing share of our emissions. Carbon management is going to play an essential solution there, and we're investing heavily in showing how carbon management technology can work at a wide range of emission sources. At the same time, we recognize its importance in the power sector. Our administration has committed to getting to a net zero power grid by 2035. We're not going to be able to do that in a cost-effective, reliable, or equitable way without carbon management. And we recognize that we need carbon removal, both for helping to mitigate the very difficult or too expensive to abate emissions at the tail end of getting to net zero. But then building out the infrastructure and technologies will need to come back if there's an overshoot and actually hit the ambition of the Paris Agreement. So we're very optimistic that the technology can work across all of those different pieces of industry. And right now in the United States, we're at the process of building out those first commercial projects. And what we're learning is that it's challenging. Not as much on the technology front again, but figuring out how to deploy the billions of dollars of capital to make projects happen, even with a strong incentive framework, is hard. Layering in all of the challenges associated with cross-border collaboration, transfer of CO2 and carbon attributes as well, and it gets yet one level more difficult. We also recognize that in the United States, our approach to carbon management is potentially a little unique to the United States context. Both the fiscal approach of subsidizing technologies with a lack of a regulatory framework, we recognize it doesn't and shouldn't work in lots of other places around the world. Nevertheless, we hope that our experience developing these early technology projects can be a valuable lesson globally. It can help bring down the cost of technologies. It can help foster innovation, and it can show how the business model and the economics of these technologies can work. And that's really at the heart of our approach to international collaboration on this front. First and foremost, let me mention that our president has committed the United States to the Carbon Management Challenge. This is a global effort that I believe, as of Indonesia's intent to join last night, brings us to 14 members across the world. The goal of this effort is really to identify carbon management as a key priority for climate action globally and to begin to pull the community together to improve the transparency about who is doing what, who has committed to what, and provide an opportunity for knowledge sharing. We would love to have conversations with folks around the room about that initiative and to welcome as many countries around the world that are interested in joining to do so. At the same time, there are a number of existing fora for collaboration. The Clean Energy Ministerial, the Mission Innovation Platform, all offer important avenues for cross-government and in some cases, private sector and government collaboration and knowledge sharing. These are the primary place where we get to meet colleagues around the world, share what we are learning from the projects in the United States, and at the same time, learn from others. Because at the end of the day, we know that this will be a global effort. As the old adage says, we can go fast if we go alone, but we can go far if we go together. And it's really that spirit of needing to go far that is motivating a lot of our engagement and what we're hoping to achieve on the international context. And so with that, let me say thank you again for including me here today. I greatly look forward to the conversation throughout the rest of the day. And please feel free to reach out to me today and beyond. Our door is open. We hope to be a collaborative partner for all of your efforts here and wish everyone the most success because we're all going to need it. So thank you again, everybody.
Thank you very much, Nora, again for your kind words and the public acknowledgement you made to the organizing committee of the project, and also thanks for very useful insights where the policy and the implementation is in the US and the comparison with Europe. And now it is my pleasure to welcome Madam Nora Mehsen, Senior Officer and Program Manager on Regional Cooperation, Inclusive and Decent Work, and Domestic and Gender-Based Violence at the Secretariat of EEA Norway Grants. Nora has a strong professional background from national and international policy work on human rights, quality, and migration. Nora, please, the floor is yours.
We are leaving behind yet another summer of extreme weather and climate impacts. Floods in Slovenia, wildfires in Greece, storms and drought in Spain. I think we can all agree that climate change is a major challenge affecting social and economic development today. And while the impact of climate change is global, it will affect European citizens and ecosystems differently depending on its magnitude and rate, and the ability of ecosystems and our communities to adapt to these changes. The EEA and Norway grants are committed to international efforts to tackle climate change, a commitment we share with the EU. That is why we have allocated more than 418 million euros to contribute to a greener Europe. We support activities such as research projects and knowledge exchange activities on carbon capture and storage, development of strategies and action plans on climate change adaptation and mitigation measures, and environmental education and awareness raising. Our Fund for Regional Cooperation has a particular focus on cross-border cooperation. And among the over 700 applications that we received under this fund, the CCS4CEE project that has gathered us here today was one of the 19 selected. The high number of applications does not only say something about the projects that were selected for funding, it says something about the urgent need for transnational cooperation in Europe today. Transition to climate neutrality in Europe is important for the world's fulfillment of the goals set in the Paris Agreement. This calls for new technologies, energy production with fewer emissions, more efficient energy use, protection of ecosystems, and change management practices and consumer behavior. The main contribution of CCS technologies in this endeavor lies in their potential to reduce emissions in heavy industries considered to be hard to abate, so that no sector is left behind in a net zero world. In addition to leaving no sector behind, no region should be left behind. The CCS4CEE project aims to bring CCS technology to the center of the decarbonization debate in Central and Eastern Europe, technology that is important for the region's road to achieve climate neutrality by 2050. And as this project is now coming to an end, I also want to use this opportunity to congratulate the entire CCS4CEE team on all your excellent and strategic work over the past few years. The nature of climate change demands cross-border cooperation, in which the sharing of knowledge and experience is crucial. And I firmly believe that your work has made a difference. Because not protecting the natural resources on which our social and economic development is reliant on is a losing game, not only for the citizens and the environment of today, but for the generations and times to come. Thank you for your attention. I wish us all a wonderful and productive conference.
Thank you very much, Nora, for your kind words. It was a pleasure to be able to listen to that, and thank you for excellent cooperation and support from the Secretariat and fund, also fund operator throughout the project. As you mentioned, it was a very complex project, needed some flexibility, and we had it. Thank you for that. Now we will move forward to the project itself. In the next session, Hanna Biro, policy advisor of Bellona, who works on sustainable finance and CCS with a particular focus on Central and Eastern Europe, will introduce us through a brief presentation with the main outcomes of the project. She will summarize findings, and after the presentation, there will be a panel discussion where we will discuss these issues. Yeah. So we don't have presentation, yeah? Afterwards. Okay, so sorry, I had different information here. So the panel is now. I would like to ask Marko Maver to introduce the panel and also to moderate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's certainly, they say all good things come to an end, but I think this project is a good example of how, as quickly as it went by, I think it not only built up the momentum for CCS in the CEE region, but it also set the groundwork for maintaining the momentum, which I think it's even more crucial. Policy, I've always believed, is kind of the umbrella of any kind of technology development. And when it comes to technology development, I personally see it as risk management, with policy providing kind of the framework, the certainty that is needed not only to manage the environmental, legal, social, financial risks, but also to provide people the certainty that when their, let's say, tax euros or dollars are going towards projects, those funds are intended for good purpose. And then I think we could all agree that CCS has an important role to play in climate mitigation. So without further ado, this panel is going to be about policy for CCS and CEE region. We have a wonderful panel, which I would like to introduce and invite them to join me at the table. First, Ms. Katrin Hawkins. She's the senior advisor at the CCS section of the Ministry of Petroleum and Energy of the Norwegian government. She also has a background in foreign services. Ms. Tomáš Smejkal, head of the Energy Strategy Unit, Ministry of Industry and Trade, the Czech Republic, and Ms. Lidia Božić, head of Production Department with the Croatian Hydrocarbon Agency. She also has a background in reservoir engineering, and she was a previous senior advisor on geothermal energy. So we have, I think, about 45 minutes dedicated for this panel. I think should be as efficient as possible. We'll try to have a discussion, a few questions to see what has worked, what hasn't worked in the respective countries. We also have time dedicated for questions from the audience, also from people joining us on stream. So without further ado, I would start with maybe giving a question to all three of you. We know Norway is a leading country in terms of project development. Czech Republic, under the Czech Republic presidency, the EU ETS reform has kind of set the groundwork for funding to be available through the Innovation Fund. There's also projects in the pipeline, and Croatia, being one of the leading countries in the CEE region, also recently receiving funds from the Innovation Fund. So maybe start with you, Katrine, or same question for all three. What is, from a policy perspective, an example of good practice that has worked in your country that led to projects being developed?
Thank you, Martin. First of all, very happy to be here. And many of you, I was supposed to meet those of you who were in Norway for your studies in June. And it's very great to see you here today. And also, thank you for this project that we're going to end. Policy success in Norway. I was thinking about this, and I think I would like to mention three main points. So one is the CO2 tax that we introduced on the Norwegian continental shelf in 1991 already, as one of the first countries to do so. And that spurred oil and gas companies to look into measures to reduce carbon emissions. And despite their field, they started capturing CO2. They had to do that anyway in order to meet specs for export. And instead of emitting it to the air, they started looking into ways of storing that. And that was a purely commercial decision based on tax. That was previously mentioned earlier today. That's an entirely different story. Taking out the CO2 from gas and storing it, and introducing the whole value chain from industrial emissions. So that brings me to the second point, the Mehsen project, which is the demonstration project that many of you already are familiar with, but I just briefly sketching out. We're going to be capturing 400,000 tons of CO2 per year from one cement plant in Deich in Norway, and from one waste incineration facility in Oslo. That will be liquefied, loaded onto ships and transported to western Norway, where it will permanently work underneath the continental shelf and the airline back transformation. Northern Lights, which is the cooperation between Equinor, Shell, and Greenland Energy, is responsible for transportation storage park. I feel like I'm going into too much detail. We can come back to the Mehsen anyway, but the fact that, to come back to the policy perspective, the fact that the state, there's two elements here, like the state from any reduced risks across all parts of the value chain. And third, state agreements with the different parts of this project in order to facilitate the final investment decision. And that was necessary at that point. It won't be necessary in the future when we have the infrastructure and the market, and that's the goal. And the second point that's also English success story is the fact that it has enjoyed bipartisan support across the whole conference. So it hasn't been torn down by the government, or it's been mainly broad support and then the parliament. The third point then, so we have the CO2 tax experience that's innovative as well, knowledge, and the third one is research and development. The Norwegian state has spent a lot of money supporting CCS technology and testing. We have the TCM, the Technology Center in Bolesta, which some of you have visited as well. It's the world's largest and most flexible test facility for CO2 capture technologies. We have the Keynote program, we have the Norwegian CCS Research Center, we have Sintef, who's also represented here today, who we will hear from later. And that's all of this put together is making CCS a success story in Norway.
Yes, thank you very much. To your question, I already kind of alluded to in my opening speech, but I try to be a little bit more detailed. Let's say, of course, policy is very important. I'll maybe start with the research. So I generally think that research and development is the base from which you can start. I think that, again, I already alluded to in my opening speech that it seems to be a success story. As I say, there was about 20 projects in 2005 and 2020, very much thanks to region support and Norwegian funds. And now 6 major projects are ongoing or were completed. Of course, we try to, as kind of saying it from Ministry of Industry and Trade, we try to support it. So, for example, we have quite, let's say, successful program for applied research that was ending last year, and we are renewing it. So it should be a new program for upcoming 7 years to kind of promote applied research. Hopefully, we will see some projects on the CCS and CCUS. But of course, we don't want to be too much national. So the research should be, let's say, cross-national, with very much support, for example, cooperation with, for example, Norway and other countries. I think that we have to kind of unlock and move from the silos to kind of a more, let's say, European approach. Hopefully, we are quite active in European partnerships, which should be a new kind of it's already going on, and some projects should be devoted to research. But of course, as I already even said in my introductory speech, we have if you are kind of active in research and development, you come around the word valley of death. So how to move from the applied research when all the work in the laboratories and things are done, but then to move to real pilot projects and demonstration. Of course, now we are struggling with, I think we can talk about it more, kind of an investment, kind of a scheme, as you say, under our presidency. We kind of look more about policy on the EU level, because of course, for example, Norway have CO2 tax. As we are part of the EU, we have EU ETS as a main push for the companies under the EU ETS. It is now being enlarged. But of course, there were more funding to the innovation fund. So hopefully there will be some project popping up from the innovation funds. We don't know in which countries, since it's an EU-wide vehicle, but hopefully it's some of those projects would materialize in Czech Republic, or they will share the knowledge. Of course, the other thing which is very important is kind of to put this technology in the strategic documents. So we are now working on state energy policy. I've already talked about National Climate and Energy Plan, and Ministry of Environment is preparing climate protection policy. So I think it's very key to even have a stability of sector to put the CCS in those strategic documents, so the sector can see where we are heading in this respect. Of course, one major part of the policy is legislation. I think I can talk more about it in the upcoming, so not to take too much time. But one even final, I think, piece of the puzzle for me is the same, that within policy, we as a, let's say, government representative, we have to push, but let's say that the business sector and the industry representative have to pull. And if there's only push and no pull, it would not fly. And otherwise, but as we see, and many, I think, representatives here in this room, we see the pool, which is quite strong and getting stronger. I know from the list of who is in the room that representative, for example, from the cement sector, we have Chemical Association, we have CO2 Czech Solution Group. So we really see that the pool is there, and we should be meeting the halfway. So I'll just conclude here, and I think we can discuss some aspects in great detail. Thank you.
Thank you. Since joining the European Union, Croatia transposed all the legislation into our own legislation, including Carbon Capture and Storage Directive. So when I talk in front of Croatia, I would say three main policy milestones. First is legislation. The second one will be some kind of strategies. Any kind of strategy. So every strategy that could be put on for CCS. And the third is making a chain, full chain from all parties involved in any part of CCS project. Croatia had more than 100 years history in exploration, exploitation of hydrocarbons. And we have the biggest EOR project of CO2 injecting in Europe. And this is something that gave us opportunity and advantage to go with this technology further because we know how to do it. For Croatian Hydrocarbon Agency, which is a government body, it's something in between ministry and private sector. We are trying to help and to provide all the next steps for everything that is going on in this part of business. So right now we are trying through amendment of National Recovery and Resilience Fund to go further for funding for some, I would say, 0 steps for CCS. That means that we are going to create atlas of geological storage, atlas of geological structures for storage of CO2. I was in Norway last year, and with NPD, now Norwegian Continental Directorate or Shelf Directorate, and I saw what they done over there. So once when you have atlas, one can come and see, okay, I have 1 megaton or 10 or 100 megaton structure, I can store over there. The second step is environmental. So we are part of European Union. Without environmental impact assessment, you can't do anything. So we are planning to deal with strategic study for CCUS in Croatia. And this will lead to a third step. This is special planning. Maybe sounds funny for someone, but if one activity isn't planned in special plan documentation, you can't do anything. Once when you have all those 3 milestones, then we can go with exploration licenses, and hopefully this will be soon in Croatia. Thank you.
As a follow-up question, you mentioned, Croatia's experience with EOR. Do you think that has helped the country overcome some of the hurdles, such as distrusting public agencies, public opposition? Has that allowed for the political framework, for the legislation, the atlas to be developed, or has that helped? Do you think?
I think this will help because there is a gas field in the northern part of Croatia near Hungarian border with a significant amount of CO2. This CO2 is being captured. This CO2 is being transported via existing pipeline. So southern part of Pannonian Basin near the border with Bosnia, and being injected in wells for enhanced oil recovery, so for increasing hydrocarbon production. There is no one leakage, there is no one environmental accident, there is nothing, and nobody have nothing against it. So this is onshore. Croatia is, there is a miles and miles of pipeline. If we are leaving gas, those pipelines maybe will be empty. Why not to use it? Why not to transform it for something for the future?
I think the reason why I asked this question is from Slovenia's perspective. Although we are neighboring countries, we have, we don't have the extent of the experience with the oil and gas industries, and maybe the locations are not that well explored. So the reason why I ask is because I think sometimes when we look to what lessons we can learn from other countries, we have to take into account the past experiences, because what has worked in one country might not work in another. So you might have to start, a little bit back before you can move forward. So thank you for that. My next question would be for Katrin. Obviously Norway is miles ahead of some other countries, but what challenges have you faced from a policy perspective? Or maybe as a follow-up to that, obviously Norway is a good example where the question of liability sharing has been understood by the government and taken up, which has ultimately allowed even also for the Northern Lights or the Longship project to develop. So how did you overcome that?
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. There have been many hurdles along the way. It really did help that we, like you just pointed out, that we had the petroleum activity already. We had the regulatory framework to build on, and our CO2 storage laws are very much based on the petroleum laws that we have. The challenges that we face now, there are of course manifold. We can get into them later. The challenges that face all of the projects that are trying to get up and running, lack of markets, lack of infrastructure, lack of incentives. And the third one is one I'm working very closely on personally now, because we have a very elaborate support scheme in Norway for research and development and for simulating the projects in the earlier phases. That is the earlier project phases up and until the feed level, up and until the moment when they take a final investment decision. Currently, because the Norwegian CCS story is standing on many legs, but one is the commercial storage. You mentioned the CO2 atlas, where there's a theoretical storage capacity of 18 billion tons. To get those storages up and running, you need large emitters basically as the first customers for the storage operators to be able to reach their final investment decision. In Norway, we don't really have huge emitters. We have small ones, relatively small ones. One of the bigger ones, two of the bigger ones have been already picked out for the Longship project, but the rest of them, they're scattered a bit all over the country, and they are struggling to find ways to reach their investment decisions, to find, well, there are many barriers, commercial, physical ones in terms of infrastructure and so on and so forth. And that's, we're working on looking at our policy tool set to see whether we need to change it in order to incentivize more capture projects in Norway. So that's, well, one thing that I could name as a challenge. Yeah.
So we have quite a few questions coming in from online audience. So I'll start with 2 questions then for all of you to conclude this panel, but I'll leave those for the end. So I'll start with the questions. Tomáš, are there any concrete CCS projects nowadays being developed in Czech?
So as far as I'm aware, because of course I know that that there is some application were sent to be financed through Innovation Fund. But of course, Innovation Fund is on the responsibility of Ministry of Environment and is an EU process. So to my knowledge, I know that there were applications. I didn't want to call the companies out loud, but as far as I know, the decision is not there yet from the investment fund. So unfortunately, and I think it's what I alluded to. We don't have on the Czech Republic level, we don't have any mechanism to finance the public financing pilot and demonstration process or pilot projects. Because, for example, what I was talking about, the research, which may include through technology agency for research and development, they only do applied research, and when it's going through the pilot, they cannot financing. So kind of unfortunately, all our eggs in this regard, pilot and demonstration projects, are in the Innovation Fund, which is the EU mechanism, and we cannot pick the winners. We cannot, so we just are waiting who is going to be successful. But hopefully that the projects would be successful.
Next question is to Ms. Bartovic. A few years ago, Beck proposed the genetic CCS projects, offshore utility, but no clarity how advanced they are now. Would it be an offshore for Croatia too, for storage? So offshore storage to Italy.
Currently, there are two capturing projects in Croatia that applied for Innovation Fund. First, one in Istria, and the other one in Western Slavonia. As far as I know, Istria cement factory won funding from this fund, and congratulate people over there. Hopefully next year the other company will be successful. What we are doing with CCS in Croatia, we are developing some kind of pilot project by our own. Why? Because a few years ago, as you mentioned, there was project, but as far as I know, nothing happened because the fertility producer changed the ownership, and we decided that state must do something. We made pre-feasibility study that show that there is a significant storage capacity in aquifers. So it's not part of exploration licenses, it's not part of exploitation fields. And we choose location very near the Hungarian border. In this aquifer, the temperature is more than 160 degrees, so we could store a huge amount of CO2 over there. And in radius of 30 kilometers, there are two emitters, two cement factories willing to invest in capturing. Hopefully their story will go on. We will definitely go with state part of the project, which includes all the documentation, and hopefully if we apply for the PCI list with this project. It is called GTCCS, like geothermal CCS, because those huge temperature allow us to go with the geothermal power plant for generating electricity, which will supply all the compressors and all the facility at the storage site. So the complete storage site will be energy efficient, and hopefully we will part of this PCI list. We will try to get some funds from connecting European facility to drill a well, to make injection test, and maybe go further with all this.
Then follow-up question after this, it's actually a question addressed to me. So what are Slovenia's concrete plans to develop CCS and CO2 is banned in the country? Again, relates to the previous question where we have different experiences. What means Slovenia the legislation does ban CO2 storage. However, it does provide opportunities for funding for capture, utilization, and transport. And we are, from a policy perspective, quite a few years behind what needs to be done. So I think Slovenia at the moment, it has in the revised National Energy and Climate Plan, it has included CCS as one of the strategic options to decarbonize industry. How that will be implemented remains to be seen. Will be key what happens at the political level in the next couple of months. But as was mentioned beforehand, in terms of developing atlas, spatial planning issues, those are going to be the key ones that are going to determine what actually happens on the ground. At the Ministry of Natural Resources, Spatial Planning, we have several legislations that are in plan and development in the next couple of months, one of which is law on geological activity. So that provides an opportunity for us to kind of assess our CO2 storage capacities more in depth, also in light of the incoming Critical Resources Management Act. So we'll see what happens then. But also it's going to be key for the government to provide some funding for pilot demonstration projects. So it might be a few months too soon to say what's going to happen. We'll see. The next question, do we have any questions from the audience here? Do you have a microphone? Or if you can maybe...
Yes, so this question is quite keen and it will require a bit of explanation for the people in the room. Well, first of all, I do think in Norway in general have been successful with CCS and we are a primary country, but we have recently had a very interesting debate about the LNG plant in Northern Norway. So the context is Norway has one LNG plant and it has gas turbines. And those gas turbines produce great emissions. And there's two options for removing those emissions. CCS or electrification, getting electricity from the Norwegian grid. And that would require additional renewable energy. And the government has supported electrification. And without in the CCS community, CCS actually the cheaper option. And has the government and has the LNG operator the right incentives compared to the incentives of the Norwegian supplier.
Thank you, Eirik. Wasn't prepared to get that question, but you're pointing at a very, very big topic, very big debate in Norway at the moment, where you have goals for cutting climate emissions, and the companies and the policymakers are looking at different options. And then you have to think, okay, should we go for the most cost-efficient option, which in this case then turns out to be electrification, according to Equinor's studies, or should you go for CCS, which will then take less electricity from other industry in the area, and there will be less need to build more windmills, for example. So this is a very touchy topic. I don't think the final word has been said. There's still deliberations in Parliament. I think when Parliament takes up its work, we're going to get even more questions. Just as a disclaimer, I'm from the CCS section in the Climate and Industry Department of our ministry. This application from Equinor that's been handled in this case is being assessed by our oil and gas department. So there are other colleagues who would have more information on the topic, but happy to discuss it more. Of course, this is a bit internal in this case. Thanks. I hope that answered.
One more question. Thank you, Chris Davis. The European Parliament Rapporteur, the Carbon Storage Directive back in 2008, and I'm now the Director of an advocacy body called CCS Europe. I just have to say that none of this is really done. The European Union has been committed to CCS now since 2007, formally. We've only had one final investment decision. That was the one in Denmark, so it's taken a couple of months ago. We saw the UN stock take last Friday, requiring us to hugely increase our emissions, and always look for this is too late. You know, we have to move forward rapidly. I've just been looking at the growth of NETP. See, basically, it's about the next 10 years, looking at possible geological storage sites, possibly a pilot project. Not going to happen. We have to start scaling up. And of course, there's a real problem. Where's the money coming? The European Commission will say, well, actually, you get billions from the ETS. The Treasury and finance ministers don't have quite money use for that money. Theoretically, the money is there. But maybe we should be looking at the carbon take-back obligation on fossil fuel providers at a small scale, effectively an obligation on fossil fuel providers to start dealing with the pollution they're CO2 exporting. And targets need to be set, ambitions need to be raised. And there's certainly an understanding, not let Norway off, because of course we've been leading slightly since 2006. But Norway has got annually rich by several fossil fuels to the rest of them. And you really should get on with the Oslo Wind Energy Fund, so we're all looking for leadership there.
Maybe we, since we're running a bit late on time, and to the question to all three of you. So what needs to happen at the EU level to, you know, to meet what would be good enough from your perspective? Maybe in a minute or less. Okay, what's the, let's say, a chief policy option in your view?
I start. Okay. Thank you. I'll try to keep it in less than a minute. And thank you. I also share your enthusiasm. I think though we have to point out that EU is doing a lot of good things at the moment. They have targeted, they have singled out CCS as the key strategic technology for net zero technology. They've embraced it. They've acknowledged its role on the road to net zero. It's a central part of the Net Zero Industry Act, and also I'm very curious about the CCUS communication, the industrial management strategy that's coming out later this year. What needs to happen? I think three key things. I've touched upon them already. We need to create a well-functioning market. We need economies of scale in order to be less dependent on public funding, because let's face it, it's a huge problem that many of these projects are still very reliant on public funding. And then you're back to the whole discussion about what we can afford and what we cannot afford in boardrooms and governments. Second is infrastructure, and I know that will be a big part of this EU strategy as well. Maybe we can repurpose all existing infrastructure. Will of course make it cheaper. And the last one is the topic of this panel, which is of course policy frameworks, and many countries are now introducing these frameworks in order to incentivize measures to cut emissions. I was also going to say standards and specifications, but that makes it 4, and then that will also bring me to more than a minute, so I'll give the floor to the. Thank you.
Okay, so I was saying right now we see some kind of very good steps on the EU level. The new communication is up and running. I think that it's mainly focused on let's say value chains. So we are not kind of be back in the development in it. Of course, a lot of work is still done. I don't know it is connected for example on the gas legislation, which is closely connected to it. For example, because I mainly talk from the point of energy sector, not that much from the industry, because I'm representing the energy sector, and we know that the energy sector is at the crossroads. Do you want to do hydrogen from renewables or hydrogen from CCS? You want to have infrastructure for hydrogen. You still want to keep the natural gas, hydrogen, or natural gas infrastructure being placed, or you want to have 3 pipelines: natural gas, hydrogen, and then CO2. And I know that the Commission and EU do good work, but we are not there yet. For example, gas market legislation is still in place, and we have to kind of start answering those questions. As you said, the member states receive quite a lot of financing from EU allowances. of course, most of them comes from the payers of the EU ETS. So they come from the member states, from the polluters, right? So it's kind of you receive something back, and most of it, or some of it, of course, we as the Czech Republic, we are, for example, 1 in 10 member states, which we can use the modernization fund. We use it for that. There is quite a lot of financing. We use it to transform our energy, our industry. But we still see that the pilot projects have to come from the innovation fund, and we are not kind of we are unsure if we want if we have to do some kind of a national funding body for pilot projects, because then you have the duplication, right? So we as a EU, we should be as a whole. If there is a CCS, for example, in cement factory, the EU should benefit as one. It would not make much sense to have pilot projects in each and every member state. To my knowledge, of course, we would like to have in the Czech Republic, but so some of the revenues are going to the innovation fund. Of course, infrastructure is very important. Member states have difficulties, of course, to plan the infrastructure, so the PCI project, etc. So of course we can plan, for example, dedicated CO2 lines, but of course there are more bodies into it. So the EU solution would help greatly, and of course the public support. It would be great to kind of know if the public supports can go to it. For example, contract for difference. We talk a lot about renewables, but so now we have in the market design legislation, we have, for example, something like a contract for difference. Can the CCS benefit for it? It would help enormously, I think, for development. But still, those are the questions that are being answered, but we are not there yet. So I would end here, so not to take too much time. Thanks.
Well, I think funding is the word of the first panel. So actually, why to choose between 2 projects of capturing in the innovation fund for Croatia? Choose both of them. Why struggling on 18 different projects for project of common interest PCI list right now? Put them all on the list. I'm telling you that if we go with pilot project in Croatia, we will go for full scale in 3 or 4 years later. But give us opportunities to start. So funding. I will stop here.
Great, thank you. We received a few more questions and we'll have opportunities to do it during our breaks, and then also for questions from the online audience, maybe I can forward them to the panelists, and they can maybe provide short answers, and then we then distribute online for others to see. So with that, I'd like to thank our panelists. I think it's been a lot of key messages that were forwarded. So we'll hope to see you and stay in touch to advance policy, which, as I mentioned at the beginning, I think it's absolutely key to maintain the momentum that we've established over the last couple of years. Thank you.
Whichever the step is.
Thank you very much, Marco. Thanks also to all the panelists and the first panel. Sorry for the confusion at the beginning of the program with response, but I some changes in the program. So now is the time to introduce Vladimír, policy advisor from Bolesta, who works in sustainable finance and CCS, the part will focus on Central and Eastern Europe, and she will deliver a presentation on the key findings from the project. And this presentation will be then followed by the panel debate on the findings from the projects. Anna, please.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm very aware that we're short in time, so I'm going to try to put this very correct. Let me just start by saying a few words about Europa. We are an independent climate and environmental NGO. based in Brussels. We work very closely together with civil society, academia, institutions, government, and industry on the topics on the screen on industrial decarbonization, sustainable finance, energy systems, cities and transport, and carbon marketing. I was going to introduce the project, but Vladimír already did that in this introductory strong. I'm just going to skip it. Right. Manufacturing is a key factor in foreseeing economies, particularly the production of cement, lime, glass, and metals. Manufacturing in the CEE is actually higher than the EU average. During the assessment phase, we have found that the region has history with academic research and experience with international research projects in the topic of CCS. We also have experience with EOR, which means that we have experience with transporting and injecting CO2 into the subsoil, and experience with CCU in a conventional way, especially in the fertilizer industry, which equals experience with carbon capture technologies. There already have been testing and demonstrations projects, but they have been abandoned in Poland and Romania. We have vast CO2 storage potential, around 92 gigatons in the region, although these numbers are quite uncertain and should be updated. Much of it being onshore. As you can see, most of the potential is in Romania, Ukraine, and Poland. And according to estimations collected and shared by ENER, Poland has about 3.5 times the potential for scaling first than Norway, which is currently the go-to country for CO2 storage. Next slide. There are a few barriers to deployment. The regulatory environment is very particular in the area of transport and storage of CO2, which makes cross-border collaboration quite difficult, and this would be very important, as not every country where industrial emitters can capture and also store. There's still a ban on storage in many CEE countries, like Romania and Latvia. There's a lack of or low institutional awareness, which then results in a lack of state-level strategies and instruments for CCS deployment. And there are also some perception barriers associated with the technology. They seem to be expensive and at a low maturity level, which is not technically exactly the correct assumption. And they're perceived as a transition tool rather than a key technology to decarbonize harder to avoid sectors and keep them decarbonized beyond net zero. Next slide, please. 2-3 years ago, when the project team wrote the assessment reports, they have found that overall there was very low awareness and knowledge about CCS in the region, and the attitudes towards climate action was less favorable than the rest of Europe. What is more, there is a history of opposition to other similar or even CCS projects in some countries. Stakeholders tend to be cautious, but CCS, like I said before, they see it as an expensive technology that is partly supported by the government, either by funding or by enabling regulatory environment. There are challenging administrative procedures associated to it, like long permitting periods and perceived risk, like related to CO2 storage, were constantly brought up as barriers to the rapid deployment. CCS stakeholders in the region often expressed a preference towards CCU, including EOR. over CCS, and this is not very surprising since CCU by nature comes with a business case, which still mostly lacks for CCS, since CO2 is still not adequately priced. But CCU only in very few cases comes with the kind of climate mitigation potential that CCS comes with. And this is also reflected in the EU ETS, which only recognizes permanent storage of CO2 in products. The importance of regional and inter-sectoral cooperation was also frequently mentioned, which is somewhat self-explanatory, with CCS reaching across so many sectors and requiring cooperation between countries with different potentials for each element of the CCS strategy. Our project team has prepared CCS deployment roadmaps for each of our target countries and the CEE region, and many of these recommendations are quite similar. First of all, we recommend to create national and regional CCS platforms where CCS stakeholders can come together and push forward the dialogue on the technology, which in return then drives collaboration and action. At the same time, joint EU level platforms like Zero Emissions Platform and follow the work of the CCS Forum, because much of the legislation is first being established at the EU level, and they lack voices for the region. Include CCS in national and sectoral decarbonization strategies, which many of the CEE countries have done in the NEC, but not all, and even the most ambitious, even for the most ambitious ones, there's still space for improvement. Allocate public funding to CCS deployment from pilot projects to industrial scale-up. Pilot projects come with very high risks by nature, and this should at least partly be borne by national governments to get these projects off the ground. Identify industrial clusters, potential transport and storage sites. Having this knowledge, CCS deployment can become more efficient, and investment risk and cost can be lowered throughout the entire value chain. Seek cross-sectoral and regional cooperation opportunities. This doesn't need much explanation. Collaboration helps resource mobilization, risk sharing, economies of scale, which is mentioned in the previous panel, long-term policy alignment and the business talk. Create an enabling regulatory framework for CCS deployment, supporting the Net Zero Industry Act obligation on oil and gas companies to develop a target capacity of 50 megatons of CO2 storage. And finally, engage with the local communities and other stakeholders to build public support for CCS. Public engagement, communicating the risks and the benefits of the deployment of the technology is really key to gain public support. With the timeline that we have and the scale of deployment that we need to achieve, we really cannot afford to have failed CCS projects due to inadequate public engagement. The next slide. But to end the presentation on a positive note, things are looking up. Momentum is building in the CEE region, and projects are being planned and deployed. With all the currently implemented and planned CCS projects, we should have about 5 megatons per annum CO2 captured by 2030. Some of these projects come with their own storage development, but not all. And we need to ramp up storage development because we have vast potential, and often it is way cheaper to store in our own region than to transport to the North Sea, which is not even a feasible option for all of our countries. Next slide. And finally, much has been accomplished by our project since we picked up 3 years ago. the Polish Ministry of Climate and Environment has inspired by our project to lift the ban on onshore CO2 storage in Poland. There are mentions of CCS in NCPs for many EU countries, and encourage the cost of exploration licenses for the purpose of CO2 storage has been reduced in comparison to the exploration licenses for the purpose of oil and gas extraction. And even more of these achievements will be discussed in the next panel. And this is why our project is important. We managed to bring stakeholders together and kick off the conversation around CCS, and they can further build upon this. Continuing our efforts is really essential to sustain this momentum and that we've generated, and to build upon the foundation that we established to bring more large-scale CCS projects online in the Central and Eastern European region. As we're wrapping up our project, please make sure to follow us on LinkedIn and Twitter, or I should say X, and find our reports on our website at CCS4CEE.prague. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Anna. So I'm coming next. I will have the pleasure to moderate the panel discussion that follows. My name is Bartovic. I'm leading the last work in Central Europe, also including our contribution to the CCS4CEE project. And so the panel has stepped in nicely, talking about the main findings of the project, which now allows us to go a little bit more into detailed country level detail. So I have the pleasure to introduce the panelists, people that I had the pleasure to work the last 2.5 years. I'll keep the introduction short because we're running out of time. And lunch is almost waiting. So I have to ask the Czech community, which is head of the clean economy and energy policy group, leading Deich. Kamil Lasowski from Silva, who's based in Deich. We have also Nikolai from International Sustainable Finance Center, and already Europeum, project expert for Smejkal. And Bartovic from Silva, management consultancy company. So please join us. So let's kick off with a question. What do you think are the key achievements from this project in your countries that you covered? Maybe I can start with this challenge.
So thank you very much, Smejkal. I think Hannah covered some of the key achievements that are common between all the countries that we covered in this project. For Romania in particular, I think one of the achievements that stood out for me was bringing stakeholders together. This was a new area of research for us as EPG, carbon capture and storage. And when going in, we found interest from industry, we found some interest from authorities, but bringing that all together, trying to get everybody into the same room is really, I think, a key part of why CCS is now somewhat part of the public debate, and why it's included in Romania's long-term strategy for climate neutrality by 2050. I would also like to mention the research component. I think the work that we did in Work Package 3, which was on assessing the current state of CCS in partner countries, was a phenomenal piece of work in that it brought together in-depth research from 11 countries, including the Ukraine, which was quite a unique point in this project, and brought it all together so that we can see that there are a lot of similarities between countries in this region, also very stark differences. So there are a lot of lessons we can learn from each other, but every country needs to be treated uniquely, because that's what it is. So I'll stop there.
Thank you.
Besides publications we released in this project, the assessment of current state of CCS technologies in Poland and the national roadmap for our country, I believe that the most important achievement we had during this project in Poland was our possible impact on the legislative procedure in Poland. Because during our project, there was a debate in Poland on the new law, CCS law, which has been amended a few weeks ago, and I believe that we had an important impact on the sake of this law, as we took part in the public consultation process. We attended the meeting of the parliamentary committee, and we were stressing all the time the importance of CCS for Polish industry, and a few of our remarks have been finally included in the final version of this law, and this is what I find as the most important achievement from us in this project. But also what Luciana said, bringing stakeholders together was also what was very important and very significant for CCS environment in Poland. We provided a platform for our national CCS stakeholders. I have very good memories in mind from a conference we held at the cement plant Kujawę. I see that we have guests from Lafarge cement plant Kujawę here, and we tried to gather stakeholders from the region of Kujawę in Poland, where the CCS project is being implemented, and we were trying to create a so-called hub of industrial stakeholders from this region, and I think that we succeeded in initializing some kind of cooperation in that field.
Thanks, Conrad.
Thank you.
Oh, so you covered points.
Yes, I think I can just agree with the colleagues here that involvement of stakeholders was very important and very necessary in the project. And actually, this involvement in the workshops where stakeholders actually came together from different industries and discussed those questions was really relevant. As well as those seminars and events that we organized. And I hope that it gave the stakeholders a good opportunity to learn more about the topic and see how things are being done in different countries. And yeah, of course, also deliverables, as was previously mentioned. I think we did a solid job in creating this situation assessment, and also this defining of the further steps in the roadmaps. Because when speaking from the experience, when we evaluated the situation, for example, in the Baltics, there was really fragmented information about the topic. For example, there was some really good research about geological storage potential of that, maybe feasibility studies on transportation, but some other aspects that we also researched in this project lacked depth there. So I think and I hope that this deliverable was like a really good foundation for stakeholders and for interested parties to actually get more knowledge about this topic.
Thank you. And
yeah, thank you very much. And as a representative of the Czech and Slovak research stream of this project, I'm very happy to see you here in Prague. Maybe I would say that all that's been said so far is true, and I agree with it 100%. On the other hand, I would say that achievement of this project was most also not to gather only positive feedback and positive reaction. I would say that it's also important that we are able to gather negative reaction, that we are able to get critical discussion going, because I would say that like we're here not in the US, we're not in Norway. I mean, in the region itself, we need more discussion, NGOs, we need more discussion of companies to actually finally go out exactly on events like this and hear a bit more about new and different, technological options which are on the table. So I would say that this is one of the achievements, and the other one is that our roadmaps, although not official governmental documents, can actually finally serve as a really like a blueprint for those governments and those ministries that might be looking for some, let's say, like an executive summary. What is the state of such technology and its development in the region? So I guess that these are two measure points to mention, and I think we will discuss some more of the conclusions later.
Thank you. So maybe just to build on that, Michal, you covered in your research Czech and Slovakia and the stakeholders engagement in two countries, Czech and Slovakia. So what commonalities and what differences you saw when we were in these countries?
Yeah, so maybe for those of you not familiar with the Czech and Slovakia and the status of CCS, there has been a lot of research done, but actually it all stayed mostly at the level of university research. So we have here actually 4 to 5 technological universities having teams of researchers working on different aspects of capture technologies. We have now an ongoing CO2 Spicer project, which we will mention later, which is aiming to prepare first storage field, and hopefully it will come online maybe next year, maybe in 2 years, but that is something which is very positive. In Slovakia, maybe the technological path is slightly different because they've been focusing mostly on not actual storage in the senses we plan it with the CO2 Spicer in a depleted oil and gas field, but they've been more inspecting the mineral carbonation technologies. So they've been looking at other options, but the research is there. The issue is with the possibility to scale up such projects, to actually make it feasible to finance it and to really have some pilot projects. So unfortunately, there is no such pilot project, but I would say that one very good, let's say, finding, but not really finding, I would say, natural development of this topic is that throughout those 3 years, there have been new platforms, new stakeholders gathered to speak together with the ministries. In Czech Republic, we have a CO2 Czech solution group as a newly built group which looks at the CCUS. So we have here the support of different stakeholders that will definitely be able and looking to actually have such first capture projects to deliver. So from this perspective, I would say it's on a good way. As you know, there is a lot of differences when it comes to legislation. In Czech Republic, we still miss implementing degrees when it comes to financial security fees and other stuff. So actually, there is something to work on. In Slovakia, maybe the situation is slightly more complicated, as there is the legislative framework is probably not that in support of CCS, because priority is given to different use of geological structures. So that would be in short.
Thank you. And Falck, you had a bit of a similar situation. You covered 3 countries in the Baltics. So pretty much the same question: commonalities and differences across these 3 countries.
Yes, we covered 3 countries, and maybe similarities there is this general background. So basically, macroeconomic situation, development after the fall of the Soviet Union, and going transition to the service-based economies with a less role to the industry. But I guess that is similar also to other countries in the region here. But one thing I felt during this project was the difference between the amount of emissions in the Baltic states and maybe in the largest countries in the project, like for example Poland. There was this big difference, and this is some kind of commonality between the Baltic states. But that just brings different perspectives and problems into the question, comparing the smallest countries with the biggest countries in this kind. But if we are talking about differences here, I would probably say that differences are more based on the nature of those large scale point source emitters. So, for example, if in Estonia, the emissions are coming mainly from the energy sector, from the oil shale industry, which is planned to phase out by 2030, if I'm not mistaken. Then this also has different meaning for the future of CCS projects maybe there. But for example, in Latvia and Lithuania, there are those hard to abate sectors like cement, fertilizer industry, or refining, and they have different possibilities of usage of such CCS technologies there. And yeah, maybe another similarity I can mention is similar situations regarding national policy documents and regulations in broad terms, because the CO2 storage is basically banned in all 3 countries. This may be a similarity, and the national policy is just generally mentioning this phrase, but not elaborating further. But yeah, let's see what the new changes in the national energy and climate plans will bring, and what the expected changes will be in the regulations, because they are also coming here in the, some Baltic states. But only I can mention maybe the main differences here in the field. I think it would be the geological storage potential, because Estonia, as maybe you've seen before in the picture on the presentation, basically has no storage potential, but Latvia and Lithuania has both onshore and offshore. There are some maybe further possibilities on that.
Thank you. I'm gonna bring Andrianov to talk it's about situation in Poland. So we have seen that the president has signed amended geological and mining law, which was highly anticipated and is considered a major step towards facilitating CCS. So is it really, do you think it's really an important step? And if now that is in place, what do you see any obstacles in Poland that are standing in the way of CCS development?
Thank you, Michal. Yes, I said before that this new piece of legislation has been one of our greatest achievements in Poland. However, it is still not perfect. Of course, this new law has removed some important barriers to CCS deployment in Poland, but they are focused mainly on administrative procedures, etc. What we need for CCS, further CCS, effective CCS deployment in Poland is nothing short of allowing for CO2 onshore storage. And unfortunately, this does not depend on the shape of the law, because in Poland, the Ministry of Climate and Environment decides what locations are allowed for CO2 onshore storage in an ordinance. And the new amended version of the ordinance has not been passed yet. However, what we know from the Ministry of Climate and Environment, we can expect the new version of this ordinance once the law, once the amended geological and mining law is passed. So it should be amended shortly. However, in Poland we are at elections in October, in mid-October, and this might have an impact on this legislative procedure, unfortunately, especially since gas or carbon storage is a very fragile issue from the perspective of the society. For example, at the final stage of passing the law in Parliament, this final stage has been postponed because we had a very anti-CCS article in the media, and we were afraid that the MPs are afraid of passing the law due to possible social resistance. However, we did it finally, but we still see that this is very very fragile issue. socially fragile issue. And to be honest, I expect that the new ordinance allowing for CO2 onshore storage could be expected after the elections, for example, at the beginning of the next year. Although the social values, I have mentioned before, we have in Poland some pressure from large state-owned enterprises of the ministry and who care for this legislation. Also the ministry knows that CCS is very important from the point of view of Polish energy carbon management strategy. So I believe that we will have it passed in a few months. And if it happens, we will be able to say that policy framework in Poland is favorable for CCS. But as for now, we are still far from this point.
Thank you, Kamil. Now moving on to the challenge. We saw the slide with the storage potential. As Hannah said, it's indicative, it's uncertain, it's to be better assessed. But Romania kind of stood out one of the countries with the highest CO2 storage. So could Romania become the CO2 storage hub for the region? And maybe if you think of even Baltics, the Black Sea potential CO2 storage hub.
Sure, thanks. So starting off with the figures that were shown on Hannah's map that refers to onshore storage, indeed, they are quite uncertain. They're theoretical estimates. Most of them are based on a study called EU Capacity, which was conducted in 2008. And the feedback that we've received, including from stakeholders in the oil and gas industry, is that these are overestimations. So for depleted hydrocarbon reservoirs, in particular in Romania, the study that you saw on the map quotes 4 gigatons of potential in Romania. In reality, it looks something closer to 550 megatons. So that's kind of the scale of refining of our data that we need to do to accurately assess geological potential. Can Romania become a CO2 storage hub for surrounding countries? Technically, I don't see a reason why not. I do think it's maybe a good time to bring in the idea of how we perceive CO2 and CCS, not just publicly, but politically in these countries. So CO2 being seen as a waste, for example, is a narrative that has started appearing. We've seen it in certain circles. And this links quite closely to a reticence towards Romania becoming a dumping ground for waste. We already have problems with illegal waste imports and waste dumping in Romania. So this is just a really interesting aspect to have to think about. What do you think of when you hear of CO2? And as a result, what do you think of the idea of other countries sending their CO2 to you? I know in Scandinavia, I think in Denmark, there's a narrative emerging around solidarity with other countries that don't have the potential to store their own CO2, and therefore Denmark can import it and store it for them. That's a completely different way of looking at CO2. As opposed to Romania, where other countries sending their CO2 to store under our ground, under our territory, is similar to the idea of waste dumping. So there is a mentality shift that I think is not just applicable to CCS, it's applicable to industrial decarbonization in general, how we think about waste as a resource or circular economy thinking. But from a technical point of view, yes, Romania, I think, does have the potential to become a CO2 storage hub. When it comes to the Black Sea, here we need a lot more research. We have some sort of very indicative figures of storage potential in a couple of offshore saline aquifers. It's about 17 megatons storage potential. There's 5 shallow water depleted petrol reservoirs as well, where more assessment is needed. But we are now starting our first deep water natural gas extraction, the Neptune Deep deposit. That's 100 billion cubic meters over the next 10 years. So there is potentially gas reservoirs that are going to be depleted over the next 10 years that could be opened up for CO2 storage potential. All of that depends on a robust regulatory framework. And I can't remember which speaker was talking about CO2 storage laws being built off petroleum laws. I think it was Katrine. And that's something that we're looking towards as well. I think we've pushed the idea of having a CCS strategy for Romania, of having an overarching plan for CCS, but it looks like it will be more efficient to modify existing pieces of legislation to allow for CO2 storage. The biggest part of that needs to be the transposition of the CCS directive needs to be revised because it was done in 2011 and times have changed since then. Yeah.
Okay, great. So let's bring in the audience. Let's take a couple of questions. I see a lady there.
So if you want to scale up outside of projects, I think it will less more if you so I recommend for something I see that I use that part of the late. And so I didn't really see the recommend more on this so people have this really quite successful because just in the name of the organization is so I just want to know if you have research on like how to structure the project, CCU or CCS project, more like exploration around that financing the providing.
Yeah, I was like there are companies in the Europe and elsewhere which already inspect this technology option, and you see especially cement industry as a blueprint, let's say, and you can definitely see that these projects will not come alive and they will not be discussed in case that it will not make financial sense in a maybe 5, 10, 15 years horizon. Definitely, now it's not possible to finance such projects without public support. I think that everyone will agree on this, that the stage and the maturity of the technology is just not there yet. So public resources are now crucial to actually be able to scale up such technology in case that we really want to get on some, let's say, agreed pathway in the sense of emission reduction. I would say that from the perspective of financing, the very crucial element in the upcoming years is that such countries should be prepared how to recycle all the EU ETS revenues. Because to be fair, so far, okay, 50% of allocation from EU ETS should go back to climate projects when it comes to national budgets. I don't think it happens actually in our countries. I would say that we should be very careful about how the money is allocated. And now if we are in the upcoming years, if we should see 100% of all the EU ETS revenues recycled going back to climate projects, so to say, we should be very well prepared. So we are actually able to absorb such money and to be well prepared how such projects should be at least drafted on some national level, and to use this money well, because so far, I guess that I don't speak on behalf of Czechia, but also other CEE countries, when I say that the general rate of grant and loans absorption is just too low, and the capacity probably is not there yet, so we need to build it.
Thank you. Anyone wants to add anything to that? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a finance expert, but I would speak to the role of funding in unlocking private funding more broadly here. I think that the CCS discussion in Central and Eastern Europe is so incipient that without something like a state-backed guarantee or sort of time-limited subsidies for operating costs as well, because I think that's something else to consider, that beyond the capital costs of CCS, we need to consider, especially for the capture plants, the increase in energy consumption and what that means in the context of energy prices. So something like subsidies, limited over a certain period of time could support private actors in investing in CCS. Right now, I think what we're seeing in commercial banks in Romania is that most of their environmental portfolio tends to be geared towards energy efficiency. So there is a massive shift that needs to happen in terms of the lending portfolio mentality there in the first place. And CCS, unfortunately, I don't think is one of the top priorities right now. So the state can also, I think, support with that. A carbon contracts for difference model, I think, would be really useful here, just to reward the most efficient, hard to abate emissions avoidance. And I do think that when it comes to state support as well, we do have a history in Romania of just sort of block state supports to private companies that are in trouble, like, from energy prices or resource costs or things like that. I think it needs to be way smarter and more targeted in terms of rewarding CCS projects that will have the biggest impact, that are for industries that have no cheaper, more efficient alternative, and that have a clear plan how they're going to deliver the construction and the operation of the capture as well, because the timelines are really, really long. So I think that's what banks are looking for. And that's something that will need a bit of a shift, both from the industry and from the finance sector.
Thanks. Do we have more questions from the room? If not, there are a couple of questions online. One is to Kanyu about CCS project from Water in the world, actually. But we have speakers from Poland later on, so maybe we can discuss Polish projects later on. And there's also a question about offshore CCS project initiatives in Romania, which you kind of touched on.
Sorry, an offshore CCS project in Romania?
Offshore vaccine CCS initiatives in Romania.
Okay, I can't speak to that. Maybe it was announced today, but I'm not aware of Romania having any offshore. It might be the
to your knowledge.
Okay, I thought it was a statement. Can you tell us about those? So I thought I'd missed something really big. But there is the project in Bulgaria, the ENER CCS project, which received an innovation fund grant to capture CO2 from a cement plant, transported pipeline transports, and store it in an offshore depleted gas field in the Galata region near Varna. So that's going to be really interesting because the project also has a regional cooperation aspect to it. So you asked me earlier if Romania could become a CO2 storage hub. It absolutely could, but there's other countries in the region, other neighbors that are poised to become hubs ahead of us. Bulgaria will have this experience with the Innovation Fund, where they're also looking at, can we use the Galata field for importing CO2 from Romania and from Greece for storage there? You have Greece with a Prinos basin, they're moving ahead really fast. You have Croatia and the work that they're doing with Italy with the Ravenna hub. So yeah, just circling back to that original question, we absolutely can be, but we're being overtaken, and some of that is happening in the Black Sea already.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, then I think we need to close something we have to this one, unfortunately. But as I said, we are now ready for lunch break, I think. So before we do that, let's join me in a pause for this.
will go to different stages of the CCS process. We will focus in our debates and presentations on capture, transport, and storage. Afterwards, we will move to the industry, and there will be a debate with industry representatives. And the final panel discussion within the second part of the program will be dedicated at debating public perception on the CCS deployment. So since most of the people are already in the room, we can start with the next session. As I told you, there will be a keynote speech from Mr. Chris Bolesta. Chris Bolesta is CCUS policy lead at the DG Energy in the European Commission, a familiar face for most of you or most of the people who are involved in the CCS. He's an economist with more than 20 years of experience in energy and climate. And his previous positions include Chief of Staff of the first Polish Climate Minister and Special Advisor to Environmental Ministers and COP19 President. So if everything is ready for the online participation and of Mr. Bolesta, then the floor is yours, Mr. Bolesta.
Hello, and I hope you can hear me. If you can see me, that's not important, as the voice is key in this conference, I guess. I have to apologize, first of all, because I wanted to be in Prague, but unfortunately I couldn't, because we are extremely busy now in the European Commission working on the industrial carbon management strategy. So this is where we make sure that we provide a comprehensive policy framework for CCS, CCU, and industrial carbon removals. So this is on our table at the moment. I think it's fair to say that the technologies came to the fore in DG ENER's focus at this stage, and we are happy that we can provide this. We are aiming strategy to be published in November, but it's possible that it could slip into just after Christmas. Basically, there are some changes in the portfolios of the commissioners, so that could affect our planning. But we are doing our best to actually to be ready in November. There is quite a few things to go through. We already started drafting, but still we have to go through 2 studies that we commissioned. One already published on our website, talks about what kind of future regulatory framework we would need in Europe for CO2 transport networks. This is an interesting study, and will fit into our strategy, because the strategy will need to analyze what kind of environment we need to enable single market for CO2 transport and easy access for everyone to CO2 storage. The second study we are now finalizing is a study that will show us what would be the optimal way to connect CO2 capture installations and storage sites. And we, as I said, we are wrapping up this study as we speak, but we already know that we do not have sufficiently good information on CO2 storage in Europe. That's lesson number 1 from this study. So we wanted to see the optimal way the transport network connects all the different CO2 hubs, but we learned that we need to step up on actually providing better information on potential CO2 storage, and that is key for countries like Czechia, like Slovakia, like Poland, where offshore storage options are quite limited. So we really need to step up, and we know this already. Apart from these studies, we just concluded open public consultation, and we were really astonished because we received a lot of feedback, and now we're going through this feedback. There were more than 200 papers received, submissions under the call for evidence, and almost 300 replies to our questionnaire, detailed questionnaire. So this is all now being analyzed. And I would invite you to follow our website, because we will publish soon invitation to register to a workshop analyzing these results. This will be held in Brussels, but also online on the 6th of October. There's also the CCUS plenary session, the CCUS forum, the stakeholder consultation forum, where all interested stakeholders could participate. And the plenary forum this year will be organized in Aalborg in Denmark. And this is where we hope to unveil the strategy. And you are already all invited. More information on this event will also be soon on our website. So there's plenty of things happening. We are extremely busy, and I hope we will have something to show for it already in November. And I wish you a good conference. Sorry again, I couldn't be there. Who doesn't like to be in Prague, but not this time. Work comes first. Thank you very much. And yeah, good luck.
Thank you very much, Chris, especially for coming us to the pipeline of the European Commission and for offering engagement in their CDA. So this is the time to move on. And storage, and presentation. The first one will be from the film. There is an ENER in the Sintef coordinator of the CCS project. It's a private software-based skill better and independent center contributor to the level of several significant technology. And he will mention the so Eirik, the floor is yours. From the year,
Yes, so thank you for the introduction. Thank you for the invitation to this and I'll only briefly mention the better project, which is the project to be related. It is a knowledge network building project. Yeah, my main focus is the Baltic region. And the Mediterranean. Next one. And yes, this is just showing our network environment, so not a part. So this is just showing that we have involved in a lot of major players in CCS in Europe, in our backgrounds, in order to sort of bring together all kinds of different stakeholders, try to identify challenges and come up with recommendations and specific value chain for them. So it includes a number of multiple features. All energies technologies are here. We also have a Keynote, and a number of others like so the project called Right, and we are one year in. Our next meeting is going to be migrated to next year, and it's going to be January next year. and we want to be open to agenda. And stick with the spirit. We just want to focus on bringing together different stakeholders. And with that, we got it. So, the dominant form of CCS4CEE Prague today is generally referred to as post-conversion CCS4CEE Prague, meaning comes after traditionally hospitals, but any other Muslim post. And it can financially be replicated in status. And the dominant technology among also the intelligence of the archivists is a need-based solvent access. And that is very critical. And essentially, the CCS4CEE Prague is literally washing the CO2 out of the gas. And the principle behind it is the CO2 and acidic gas. The main chemicals used are basic and get acid these reactions into bomb under the phase. And it's the two gas comes up, and first of all, this CO2 gradually releases. The liquid contains CO2 travels through the second column, where it is heated, reversing the chemical reaction, then you get a gas that is containing closer to the water. And out of the second column, the water is condensable, and we have a first solution becoming evaporated and salt circulating back. Now the CO2 is depleted, it goes back to the water. And ideally, solids should keep working together for months, years, and then there's a point of details of how getting out of this. But the principles are well established in this course. And some of the interpretation of the chapter next slide. In terms of the size of this, because we are a unit that's not individual, but some are different. Part of it is that we need time to find out all the CO2. Capture plants, they will gain capturing 95, maybe 98% of the CO2 into gas. And you need time for all that CO2 to go out. That determines the height of the column. Additionally, you're taking the gas volume from every industrial source you're giving, and the gas volume is huge. That's very young. And there are some technologies where you can contract them out of the gas, but again, compressing huge volumes of gas out of the demand in it. So there's an easy there that won't happen. And for this technology, there's a number of vendors are willing to sell it on the market, and I'm going to build some kind of and I'll come back to other action points. So next. Let's start with key points. So the CCS4CEE Prague does require that. And a number of typical numbers. The other reasons are each of the CO2 typical. And for the power plant, that might be something like 80 percentage points of the government efficiency. So we're using the power plant to drive the cash. And there's sometimes because it's sort of quite immediate of the things that there's sometimes these things stand together because some people think that it's an efficient program. That's not an efficient program. But gas separation is quite aircraft. That is, you need energy to make up the power. And certain numbers dictates that this requires energy. And I will explain that closed state is not the get water, but the easiest cost is the water quality because you provide the gas.
I know, but there's some looking around the microphone is
will bring up movies. So it's going to compress out to we have one of some compression work on its own, so you can continue to deliver to like 2 bars. Next one. Yes, and these are pictures of what's years ago. So which have been integrated for something like a decade, I suppose. And if one has already used about yes, it has had things. And it's a person contract. So yes, I'm not saying it's not going to be does, and it's not saying that if everyone was first to apply specific capture technology, you'll have to be strictly from the risk management. Because it's in the industry very fast. But it works. That one aspect we're running for all of here is not the principle of technology or for us. The next one is launch of the word. And this is Nora in Texas. Applying the industries. And in this case, that all is 120 meters or so. And again, it goes to the and there's also initiative because you kind of confuse maybe you don't concentrate the place and may escape together with that. So there's also initiative about happening. So these are large things, they work. That's one. That was something commercial model around it. I have online they do work making Norway is very different construction. And yes, important story configuration for the giving natural technology in there, and this is the robust working. Next one. And yes, this the final one has the recognition today. So the technology center next is only by the major state that is not and I have been doing the things that have technologies for it over decades. And then you see the main absorber out here. And then you also do additional testing and other technology. But for this column, for this part, they will publish a lot of data. Some of it is from this, but also quite a lot. So if you want to see technical data on the forms, this can do 95% after we go into the whole data line. And on the right side, a picture of margins of Falck. We thought the ideas are small, but actually we'll try to do it. But when it's small scale, we don't need to distance in front of all of the it's sorting all highly effective road side of the accuracy. And for the purpose of this technology, all the chemistry is happening along the height of the column. So in order to get performance, that does not need to be dynamic. The energy performance calculates which numbers fall back in the question scale. And we have this cost a lot of data. So there is also a lot of data available in technology. The vendors for honest commercial community are the schedule, but there's a lot of data on technology. And there's also other comparisons. Yes, and in terms of summarizing the technology today. But as I was already mentioned, the plan of everything are first time. With the things that follow that. And again, like every certain being and compound reduction has been tested with learning and so on. So there was certain improvement. And yes, I will emphasize this. And for the first industrial companies to deploy, there might be, I think one will need to be more careful than the most system or stars. Like if you're the first company to deploy this, like there are details in how curious your food gas, yeah, very good food gas, and now in the meantime, they expect to work well, maybe you treat treatment, utilities, what is the best vendor for your specific case, so on and so on. So it works, but there and some of the things you're seeing and doing as well. I was saying this because some of the sensitive users are getting much information out there who are being departments and technical speed, but sometimes there's small companies that just have their own large business point. They do not have the resources to build up a long. So how do that yes, and also again with this being a complete new install state, there's no standardization. There's no joint agreement on what exactly is the spec for this, what exactly is the recognition number, and so on and so on. Actually, on the Norwegian, I sold mirrors. And I think it's something that both the also it's premature because it's not enough experience to get it that because it's an idea of going to a dating and learn. Okay, next slide. Yes, then to the because Conrad is speaking about one kind of technology, which is the commercial government on the but there's lots of R&D, lots of R&D in the field after. And yeah, what that means talking about so far on the top question, three conversions is yeah, nominating the platform. It's essentially using hydrogen as separated by converting methane into hydrogen and release with the same time. Then you of course gas separated from the two, but also to this hydrogen also that so the same hydrogen then we use. And in oxygen combustion, you always have some integration, but in oxygen combustion, you produce pure oxygen. So you do a combustion process in the absence of the oxygen here. So your product stream is directly interesting. And then there's other options. And an benefit for post-question is that it's easier for reference. These other ones are much less reference. And then the absence of the inefficiency and depending on industry preferences are likely. And the whole question here is in addition to the solve of the post-question model. As for the which is kind of solving here rather than just waiting. Memory temperature, and yes, for them, cryogenics, not have to develop a year later. That's it. And yes, some software implementation. And also the other ones are slightly more general, but sometimes large implementation belongs to the tracker. And it's the coding costs. And yet there's the wrong meeting aspect. And the other becomes when we talk about actual meetings getting very stated on interview calls. The reality is the very sort of taking types. With whom you take the various there's also some are E-driven, others are electricity-driven, and you have to multiply it on. So to maintain and finally, the last point, this is the idea, because some kind of scientific proof of this food, we can have great up. But I do not think we should expect major technology like some of the companies coming with new technologies that it's 30% better. I mean, people have been trying to do that for some decades already, and the reality is there's a separation principles. All separation principles, all of them. So there's no magic idea out there that's kind of not been considered. And also, when you look at different models, none of them come without any kind of challenges. Also, much of the treatment, the fireman airplanes, also much of them robots, but in terms of scale, yeah, more concerned with the development progress. So some of them but we're suited to their own needs. And with that, I think I'm going to ask that point. And we're moving forward. This is probably based on this department. So focus on our reduction of cost. Typically, tends to be a very large cost part of the value chain. So that is important. Historically, a lot of the focus was on maintenance impact, and now we're going significantly maybe even 100%. This is started something to be more of the US and Europe. Control because they are going to do gas and you might be in power. And those carbons supply. What is the actually and I think that was more. Yes. So with that, thank you for your attention. One thing, so we don't have a Q&A, I'm saying you're not saying you don't have a space.
Thank you very much. It's extremely interesting presentation. We and people who are involved in CCS basically so different parts. For example, I will mention have more important focus on the transport and on the storage of it. We can consider that well, medium technology for private technology for protection of the open equipment. It's not so easy. There are many different ways of doing it. There is still ahead which will achieve the higher efficiency. So now we move from lecture to transport. I would like to ask feedback. Senior director in Europe and the Middle East being out there. Our Clean Air Task Force and Explore Global Director of Carbon Capture. Beck is so one of the senior advisor global system.
Thank you very much for having me here today. For my career, this is really a topic of passion for me, particularly when we do transport, which I think is most of our carbon capture and storage today. But before I get started, I just really want to congratulate CCS4CEE Prague. Over the past 3 years, the organizations involved have really led the script on the narrative in this region on carbon capture and storage with very tangible outcomes for. So I think that is an incredible track record for just a couple of years, and I hope we can go on this work together to really make a difference. So I just wanted to, again, congratulate all of you. This is probably, if not the best, multi-NGO project that I've ever seen. One of the best. It's so please, it's an honor to be here. Next slide. So the Clean Air Task Force, if you haven't heard about Clean Air Task Force, we're a global climate organization focused on we're active in Europe, the US, Middle East, and Africa. We were founded 25 years ago, focused on reducing emissions from the power plants in the United States, and have since evolved into a more innovation-focused think tank. So carbon capture is one of our biggest issues. Methane emission production, hydrogen, nuclear energy, clean energy as an infrastructure problem are just some of the examples of issues that we're working on in the 4 regions that I just mentioned. And next slide, please. Our work is really driven by the principle of optionality, which Luciana said it on the panel earlier, each country is unique in what it needs, not for CCS, but for all country resources. Each country will need a different suite of technologies to work together to really decarbonize its energy and industrial sector. And so for carbon capture and storage, for us, it's important because industries like cement and steel are the building blocks of our economy, and for some of these carbon capture and storage is actually the only So what I really want to do today is go over the crucial importance of student transport, and I'm really excited about a presentation today here, but also give an overview of a couple of tools that we have put together in the past couple of years. They're free to use with the latest information and data for everyone, government stakeholders, industry, other those. And one of those is what we actually started on in Europe is the carbon capture and storage tracker. And what we're seeing is more than 100 carbon capture and storage projects across Europe, which is really awesome. It's doubled in the past 2 years. Storage is so clustered around the North Sea, and we'll talk about why that's supposed to start with really need to shift towards a more equitable distribution in the world of CO2 transport area. And I think one important piece to remember is while we've come a long way, really a long way in the past 3 years in Europe on CCS, the Northern Lights projects are the only projects that have taken a final investment decision. And that's really where we need projects to go, because that's where we need them to get them. And so we're really looking forward to working with all of you on harvesting projects across the chain. So I think one topic that is really up in discussion, dinner yesterday with other participants here at the conference, is the role of the ETS price, the pressure industries lever, not just from an ETS perspective, also from an energy price perspective. Of course, free allowances are going to phase out, and this is just a very, very short amount of time to actually commercialize carbon capture and make them available. But as our research actually shows, and we'll have slides later in the presentation, there's a lot of CCS that already make sense at a carbon price of 90 euros a ton. Next slide, please. So I think what's pretty clear to all of us is that a lot of pieces have to fall into place for carbon capture and storage to work. You have to capture the CO2 out of the facility, often for industries that don't actually have experience with carbon capture technologies that have run for decades. Industrial facilities, you have to have your CO2 transfer, your CO2 storage. And then you have to make it all work together on a timely basis with different permitting and regulatory burdens, and different timelines of construction, different skills, different needs. And I think the Global CCS Institute recently published it really takes 4 to 7 years to actually plan and construct to get this. So for CO2 transport, there's a variety of options, and it's really great to see how Europe is exploring it, particularly as CO2 sort of the ship, rail, water pipelines. Next slide, please. And actually, it's really, at least pipelines are really loose. In the United States, there's over 5,000 miles of pipeline already from existing infrastructure, so it's commercial solution that's available. And the importance of CO2 transport is really that it can help us lower the cost of access to carbon capture and storage. It will act as a multiplier if you have supersized infrastructure, supersized CO2 transport, so that it's extra space for more people to go into the future. It will allow us to collect more facilities. I think we talked about the potential, Luciana talked about the potential of CO2 storage hubs. So there's really this planning aspect that's really important. And then it's also really, really important to remember that in Europe, not all countries have access to CO2 storage because they're industrial emissions in each of them. And so what I think is really, really important about CO2 transport is for the whole carbon capture storage value chain is we have to make it happen. And we need policymakers to pay attention to how difficult these projects are really to plan and to execute on. And so today I just want to give you insights from our research on what the future of CO2 transport look like in Europe, so we can have a better idea of how to get policymakers more targeted and more focused on policy. Next slide, please. So this is one of our recent tools that we have designed together with Carbon Limits from Norway. And it actually makes available 2,100 sources of CO2 emissions that can be made from carbon capture and storage, a total of 1.2 gigatons of annual emissions. And it gives the cost of each of these CO2 transport and storage costs of each of these facilities in different scenarios. Next slide. So what we found actually is that in the beginning, as you're starting with low cost capture, it makes sense to start in Norway or in source from the North Sea. But then as you capture more and more CO2, you really need to use local storage and have more CO2 pipeline availability across Europe to keep the costs low. Next slide, please. We also found that I mentioned this earlier that at a price of 90 euros a ton, over metallic minerals are actually viable and make sense in global storage. So that's really, really important point for us to understand what the sweet spot is that making carbon capture and storage projects happen with within the EU ETS and additional incentives. Next slide, please. So this is our latest CO2 storage study we launched in June. And what we did is we had consultants review all of the CO2 storage estimates that are out there across Europe to really figure out what are the estimates of known CO2 storage resources. 20 of the 28 European countries that includes the UK have enough storage to store their own industrial emissions for over 100 years. And actually all of Europe has enough storage to store its own industrial and non-industry emissions for over 5 years. For Central and Eastern European countries, actually 8 of 10 CE countries have enough storage space to store their emissions forever. And so, again, this study also validated the findings from the previous study is that we can start with an export-based scenario where we're accumulating storage to go to the North Sea, noting that we're already short in planned CO2 capacity, CO2 storage capacity to be the 100 projects that have been announced. But then to keep costs low in the long run, we really need to make sure that we're more purposefully planning CO2 transport, particularly pipeline on the global level. So that the numbers that we found is that this export scenario in 2050 could run at 30 billion euros capital expenditure and another 5.5 million of operating expenditure every single year. And if we go for a scenario where you're really exploiting and using local CO2 storage resources with dedicated supersized and careful plans to transport, we're actually able to reduce these costs by 70%. So I think that gives you the delta of really what we have to do in the long run. We also, at Professor actually released a report of the National Climate Plans today, where we're re-envisioning and suggesting to re-envision these plans as long-term planning tools for governments to think through what kind of infrastructure we need over the next 30, 40, 50 years to really deliver clean energy at scale. And how can you use those plans to think through where that infrastructure needs to go to be at minimal impact for communities, minimal impact on the environment, but it's maximum impact on clients. And then, so the next slide, please. So there's obviously a bunch of policies that are already in place that have been here for a while. And there's also, we've heard it a couple of times already, EU funding available for CO2 transport, for capture projects, or public projects. So there's a bunch of PCI projects complication of CO2 storage clusters, but they're not sufficient at the scale of, they're not keeping up with the pace of CO2 capture projects. Next slide, please. And so, so what's really important for us to take away from this conversation, and really curious to see that the storage specification in the next step is really there's sufficient CO2 transport, sufficient CO2 storage available in Europe. We have to develop it and get to that understanding. But to really access that storage and ensure that all industrial emitters that might use carbon capture and storage and solution are able to access, we will need carefully plan under some CO2 transport. We also need better incentives to plan and think about what supersized CO2 transport could look like, and better policy both from the EU and on the national level. So, obviously, we see the Net Zero Industry Act, and also Chris already talked about the industrial carbon management strategy that we're really excited to and looking forward to seeing sometime between October and January, I guess. And I think what we're really hoping is that this strategy can be set the table for a more long-term vision that really takes into account which are the different facilities that need to capture their CO2, what kind of transport options do we have to efficiently build a carbon capture and storage market, and then what are the mechanisms of how we can make sure that different timelines of CO2 capture, transport, and storage can actually match up volumes and meet in the marketplace. So I will stop here. I am also going to be around at the conference. Again, congratulations to everyone. Please be in touch if you'd like to learn more about our work and we'll be part of the conference. Thanks, everyone.
Very much indeed, and also for especially in the area of now we are going to the final stage of the process and storage. My welcome is Nikolai, Andrianov, senior advisor at the Geological survey of Denmark and Greenland, where he oversees the work of fluid flows from several sealed storage projects. Prior to Geological survey, we held a leadership position in Beck.
So the people might not see this one. But before going into that, I would like to step back a little bit and highlight what is possible. So you see, we are really knowledge in the universe, from the unknown past to the even more unknown future. And we actually like knowledge in all. You know, there is more than you know, already on this planet, which means that actually, you know, I think that but there is things max, right? And this max they tell that there is too much to do. But what do we do about it? We will force the morning and say that it's not important. Years, we can say that our stances are wrong. But there is not a responsible way to have this question because there is a reason. And we don't want this because this is the only space that links with them. So talking about too much CO2, how much CO2 is actually too much? And we can check with the energy sector. There is scenarios and models and the multiplier expansion of every energy. Those are the that is emitted into the atmosphere of the Earth. And in order to make it believe that net zero target, we need to go back to less than 2. So it's a lot of CO2 that we need to deal with. And of course, there are different ways, right? And I have listed just some of them. We need to face our fossil fuels, the energy, build a home, and so on. But part of this scaffold is CO2. And this is what I'm going to go to. So the model that I gave you is that we need to put around 7 gigatons of CO2 by 2050. And in total, it's 100 gigatons we need to put that. So it's not like a big number, but it's not a big number. So in order to store CO2, we need batteries. And this is the graph that yes, we are checking CO2 already now. But when you check about methods, so the method we do here, and will be utilized, and then will be around what is it, 200 megawatts, which is way less than what demanded by the model from Eirik. So we are maximally not trying to live. Now the question is this scenario feasible? And the short answer is yes. And so the first one is the storage capacity. And here we see the map of thicknesses of geological formation all over the world. So basically, it tells us that there is a lot of global formations. Now, I'm not giving you an exact number. What is the global storage capacity? Because this is really something that you need to detail on the regional side. And geological storage, storage information, quality information, there are a couple of information for doing just that. So there's now storage capacity. Now the next question is how fast can we check? And for that, the plan for I thought here a number of wells that are needed to reach this goal of injecting 7 chemicals within 3 years. And this numbers they actually come from historical data on 0 accidents. So this is something that after the happen. So it's absolutely realistic. And the injection rate that the analysis is something around 700 megatonnes, so 0.7 per year, which are both the reference that is on the. So today we have about 50 wells that I checked something like 30 to 40 gigawatts per year, and we need to have something like 1,000 wells that will be very satisfactory. Now, this seems to be a big number, but I think this is something that has been gas. And in the US, there is currently only 1 billion. So, yes, in the now, let us have a brief discussion on how this is. This because it starts with one is offshore, another is offshore, and offshore is more expensive because they need to construct all this in the sea or use on subsea. But then, of course, we have gas going to the acceptance. Now, regardless of whether it's an offshore or an offshore, there are different elements that make the geological factor. So, first of all, is the reservoir. And this is typically a standard but the law between the smoke between the drains and those drains are more than one. And there has to be a seal so that you do that inject polygon doesn't go away from the. Now, so you do the gas at the condition. But the different conditions we have, honestly, bar and let's say 6 to 8 degrees Celsius, it's significant. So you can try to find something there, there's 4 large amounts of CO2, they get to much less than all. So it's of course nice when it's shown, but it's cool to actually see things. And this take a look at it's a bit in the car. And on the back of the sand, from the bottom, you see the shade. There is the 4 and really we should that's not there. We will move. And then there is a big shade so what happens is that Sintef is the net, and the is separated into water, which is part of the loop. And there's a significant effect to this one. It changes the color and the function of the volts in the beach. Basically, we see that the injected goes up because the gas is running out of liquid. And then it means this interface between the force plates and the fire plates. And it migrates along this column. But it doesn't stop that. It propagates all the way to the sea. And only once it hits the sea, it stops there. Now, this is the first total storage technique, which is called a spark storage technique. Now, they mentioned that once this liquid has passed to some point in this environment, it will never go back to the water. This is because when you the tops, they get used to and they get water. This is what I call the residual. And by the way, you see that the role of heterogeneity is pronounced. So you kind of predict where the percentage will go, but not that is no conflict. And then also that the CO2 goes down because CO2 is dissolved, but the density of CO2 so due to the gravity force fall down. And this makes the capture of the solution. And of course, one can do the goal of what is said, so you will learn how that. So there is actually a mechanism of storage, which is called mineralization. This is when on the vertical time state is something that there will be there's really focus to the right. And it makes it hard or but it's not possible to visualize this term just because of the time state. Okay, so now we have seen all works in and now the project is now happening. This is called the project Mehsen. The mission that is for about 8 million tons of CO2, and the being important in exposure. But it's a issue. And it's one is that given the lack of experiments that will, by the way, you can see the image of that. We took more or less exactly 3 years till the first to regenerate. So what it to basically there is the construction of the idea there's not identical to the work and also the so it's more or less that what kind of studies need to be done in order to get the certification to work. So far we have done this feasibility report which contains all this this modeling, chemical data, and we have submitted the and the cycles right. So we will be the operator are able to reject this in one and how I want to extend this to basically we need to take the order in the most panel so that we can take small big models and most common data to get the certificates of the world. Now, this all very nice. I would like to kind of just one of the interesting technical problems that we are facing with this project, and it's a project that I didn't follow national law decrease of engineering. Now, why this is important is because as a story where we have so many commitments to and it involves this. Because why? So you do something with the web, you need to check that something is evident, you need to trash including people, and the reason why the project is so bad to the law. So takes along this we call law, we actually agree. And you can see the conversation about this platform. And then experience that this really was better, so it was increasing volume and more in force and reducing mobility. And that was that was still needed. So a lot of experience that is done, a lot of models and on the board to get on the farms. This is the conclusion that yes, there is a reduction in the utility, but it was considered not competitive, and it was that we might go on with time. So the key message is that I have that we're really active with knowledge. But the technology is not enough. You see, if you want to achieve something, there's always a have and it's not only important. There are a lot of things. Right? People are thinking about policies, people are thinking about cash, but coming back to the analogy that I had in the first slide, so it takes actually everyone, it takes all countries, all people to fix our place. But the most powerful thing that keeps people together is love. So we say, save the planet, all we need is love.
Thank you very much, Nikolai. It was again a very interesting presentation. I would like to come up with this and also the conference. The number of slide for extracting supply for injecting and even looking longer as you mentioned. So now it's time to move the be shared by those who decide and how and stakeholders.
So we will have a Fireside chat. Security is something from getting gasoline and food, so we will just use this lazy platform for Fireside chat, but we want to keep it less formal because we know that after lunch it's not very easy to concentrate. So I will now invite colleagues of mine for the Fireside chat. So I think it's from the closing group. Then last technique from and the materials, please. And I also So Thank you once again for this presentation. And we have heard a lot when it comes to strategies. We heard a lot when it comes to the principles of CCS. Now we have a possibility to maybe have a closer hands-on experience from the company level. And as you see, we have here representatives of the cement industry. We will mostly focus on this industry and see where the future of the industry goes with it's connected to the CCS. So, gentlemen, if I could maybe ask you the first question and say one by one. We'll start with because he kind of covers the international strategy when it comes to housing group and the CCS development. And then we will follow with someone that's an experience at the national level. So maybe a quick introduction to give us an overview and maybe cherry pick what the host group actually does when it comes to CCS and
sorry. Thank you. That's good. So first of all, thank you to everyone who's taken part today. We really appreciate the session. From the hospital side, cement industry is one of the unique needs CCS and in order for us to really decarbonize. So 2/3 of the cement and what's been about the industry comes actually from the decarbonization of our here. So even if we switch all of our fuel, we could now to hydrogen, electrify, or that's CCS in the second. And we're going to also briefly have targets and science initiative in terms of our projects and some two recommendations here this region will be regarding and much operations colleagues and here we represent these two projects and we will speak about this. In terms of how we go about these projects and how we decide I think one of the key things is knowledge. As an extension for our CCS experience in the industry and on that situation. This is more it's a transport situation. Third point is starting for the that's those are the areas. Second is relatively milestones and these are quite customers not necessarily most times it's available but so we need to make sure that when we look at projects, it's very much on a case-by-case basis. Very good basis. One practice is prioritizing
Thank you very much. And we have a question to the last actually. How do you see the development of CCS projects in the industry? The national environment
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the introduction from Andrianov, who asked the troubles the cement industry with our hard emissions, which are not coming only from the fuel emissions, but mostly from the SP process emissions from the capital which is needed to produce cement. And I think it's our economy and all buildings which are around us are made from the concrete, which is made part of cement and these mean this material for our. So this is the base for discussions and for all we try to There were topics mentioned, transport and storage, the program also for social settlement and so on. There is also trouble with the finance and as we don't see real future for our business case. What's the business model? Will we earn enough money to fund the project, or does the money help us with such a risky project? As what was mentioned in presentations in the speech, important to us, there are mostly obstacles and hurdles in the way projects. And these all are, I would say, tasks for us, issues for us, and we need to go over them, we have to tackle them, and we need to make projects major, feasible, and also profit. Once we are in business, so these are
well, you actually mentioned it very nicely, still about the business itself. In many debates, you look at also the competitors, in the sense that you will represent big multinational enterprises. So maybe the question now is, in the topic of CCS and scale up, is there any further room for collaboration in this, or are you as trying to render your own network pathways to something, or maybe closer to collaboration in the industry itself?
So, yeah, I want to remind there is finance. We need a sustainable business robust forward. One of the other things is we want to be partners with this, but we're not limited to budget. So anything we can do to reduce costs is beneficial. An example of what I've already done before is just perfect for showing what we can do. In the United Kingdom, there are two major CCS developments. Unfortunately, the single cement plant that also has in the UK is located not on one of those hubs, but it is in an area that is very much market with joints there, and one compatible plants, so supply cement and lime producers, and reform the plus restricted there. What this is doing is this collaboration between partners to share the transport infrastructure to connect to one of these hubs. It's a really good example of how, although competitors in the business sectors actually require really sharing risk and sharing investment in this type of transport network, we can accelerate these business cases in some project. Without this business case running for the challenging by combining these resources and sharing costs and risk, it's something that actually is excellent. And in general, additional
maybe from another perspective, the policy is made between projects because there is some budget or subsidy, and there were, for example, the third goal, which was in 2023. There were 1 billion euros to be divided between the almost 100 projects. We want or it is beneficial to cooperate on one hand, but on the other hand, if you cooperate too much, it means more money and you are not subsidized in the market stage. So maybe the setup of the system, how the financing of these projects is now, current environment in the European Union, maybe it's not very beneficial to foster the cooperation between the companies, despite making money. So there's just maybe some critical view on this, but I think it was mentioned
we have our financing. We definitely from the Greenland perspective when it comes to making funds and also looking at some international programs. But yeah, maybe the question we have is actually if we speak about cement industry and we look at historical and smart either zero, we tend to think that technical transfer of records should be quite easy when it comes to big scale of computers. But you are like independent business women. So what is your take on the financial constraints? And what is your take on this area and this you innovate funds in how to also transfer and go from the good to still down national and some area of
maybe very start, there was this protocol for the innovation fund. There were from other competitors to projects that's also highly competitors inside very good experience. So it's not only the competition between the competitors as competitors, but also I would say in-house work between the projects. Also, and they are speaking best. Of course, we want to be the start, like to push the project in the public and the assets. Conservation fund, that they are mostly located in Western Europe. So this is one point of view, and the second point of view is also that not every project is said. Some projects are just architecture and storage is made in some house. Some projects are architecture, storage is switching business. And that is the project we are developing in Czech Republic in cooperation with So also if you compare the capital expenditures for the project, if you are having switching architecture storage, costs are much higher, the scope is bigger. So if you compare the project, just what's the basic calculation is the CapEx divided by the transport CO2 capture and store. With the food chain, it's much more expensive than which is storage and just capture and using some. So this is very challenging for us to I would say explain to our colleagues, and the competition is not very equal, I would say, for this. And what might be beneficial is that if they have the rules for other farming opportunities is more developed in the population. There's market. I am a bit afraid that it's mostly done from the
expanding the code of the maybe like have a specific experience when it comes to the innovation fund. So is there a good recipe that works?
Each of these projects is it's really interesting one question today about currently in terms of what we do, how can focuses towards what I mentioned earlier that we have technology that within a relatively short time capture speed of the NLS. We've got some innovative capture investment, but actually the key metric of success for innovation in the specialties is ensuring the key levels of that are technical side of capture. It's all around development, storage, and basically showing all we've got is one project that's there's a high degree of chance of success on. In terms of geographic split, it's the cement industry is very localized. It's extremely great distances unless it's some kind of speciality cement. So what this means is that we are located in a lot of the areas away from clusters, away from hubs, and that's part of the reason I think the cement industry has had specific success with the ease innovation levels. There is an intent to be starting to see that with the third core results, that they're trying to start giving projects to countries that haven't had as much success historically. But that's something that I think we need to be clear, and we need to make sure is continuing. So policymakers need to be speaking to CNER and making sure that they don't forget that it's all very well for them to decarbonise the industries of Western and Northern Europe, those surrounding the North Sea, where potentially there is a slightly more favourable business case, slightly lower costs, but they cannot be forgetting about those in Central and Eastern Europe where just because of geographic peculiarities, we have, the business case may not be as positive. It might cost slightly more for the transportation. Storage may not be as well developed as some of those in the North Sea. However, these are still vital projects for the future of the industry and for the health of the whole Central East.
Yeah, I think it was pretty clear. Maybe I will now give you both like in 1 minute, because like we don't have the fire to cook here, but I mean, thinking about some policy cookbook actually, from your experience so far, what would be some recommendations when it comes to looking ahead? Maybe are some policy changes possible in the sense of how we finance and how we support hard-to-abate industries. So would there be, from your experience, for some maybe tip, some advice, what we could actually change? If there's some good experience that you know about, which could work, and actually how do you help the hard-to-abate industry with decarbonization, which is first with the CBAM and the free allocation phase out is going to be a pretty, I would say, painful to the businesses. So how to actually really go in that deep decarbonization direction faster with the support of the policymakers?
Okay, so I think one thing here that's quite an interesting mechanism that's currently being discussed quite a lot at EU level, especially within Germany, and that's now starting to propagate into other countries, is some kind of carbon contracts difference. Because currently, when we're looking at a pure CCS project, we have to look at the business case, and the current revenue stream that we have to balance against the capture cost is purely based on not paying ETS. And of course, there's uncertainties in the level of ETS. We saw from the graph showed earlier that it has trended in the last couple of years very steeply upwards. That's only based on 3 years of data that's gone from roughly 20 euros up to 95. So if there is some kind of mechanism like carbon contracts of difference, or the business models in the UK, which I worked on in the previous role, not going to get into today because we don't have about 6 hours to go through the complexities of those, but a guarantee of the cost, potentially something like 45Q, like we see in the US, where there is a fixed tax rebate for every ton of CO2 stored. Some mechanism by which, when looking forwards and making business case projections, we can say with certainty that is the amount that we will get. Because at the moment we're making these decisions and with one eye on the projections for ETS. Should there be some kind of market correction, should something happen that's unexpected, that does then put a lot of projects at risk. I mean, I think not just for us, but for the whole of Europe, really, for decarbonisation. Some kind of guarantee mechanism, I think. And the other thing that I'll just mention, especially for Central Eastern Europe, is we need faster development of onshore storage. That is the single biggest hurdle we're seeing now. We have projects, some of our plans where we are confident on technical solution. We have already located potential storage sites, but because these are not mature enough, they're not developing fast enough, and because local legislation does not support them, we can't execute projects.
I'm afraid I don't need my minute because Duncan told or spoke about 2 points which I wanted to mention, that we need to be assured or have an assurance on the price of carbon or carbon dioxide. This is the one thing, because we are still working with some assumptions that are more or less no one knows. And the second point is the development of the storage facilities before the projects are in their final stage, because because of the fact that if we need to do all the research on the storage sites in the duration of the projects, of the CCS projects, the project phase, which when the project is not operating, is too long, and the business case does not make the payback period which we are used for, or which banks or financial institutions are willing to support the project. So I think we are on the very same perspective on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, but still remain seated. Maybe I would like to now encourage the audience, because it's the first panel that we have directed on the cement industry with some business representatives. So is there any question would anyone like to ask about CCUS and cement industry? Yes.
Last question. Just from this industry perspective, do you see I know this part is within maybe not some, say, medium kind of long-term perspective. You have different powers that
I'm sure if you understood CCU, CCS, some longer-term outlook.
Okay, so CCU versus CCS is a bit of a hot topic at the moment in the industry and across academia and beyond. Within the Holcim Group, we have a mix of CCU and CCS projects. Obviously, one of the advantages of CCU is that you can sign commercial agreements with off-takers for the CO2, so you have a guaranteed revenue stream. And it goes a bit back to what I was saying to the answer to the last question, that
If you can guarantee revenue streams, it makes these projects so much easier to execute. As I said, we have a mix. I refer to some figures from the German chemical industry that said that they estimate that by 2050, I think they'll need somewhere in the region of 90 million tons of CO2 a year to continue producing the chemicals that they expect. And obviously, there might be changes in makeup of what chemicals are used in society, etc. I think it shows that actually CO2 will have to come from somewhere, and CO2 will have value as a product. So that's why we pursue this refinement with the CCS approach.
We have developed so far on the CCS project in the Czech Republic, so I am not very informed about the topic of how to calculate the CCU project. But yeah, as it is, as Duncan said, if we have the level of certainty of the price of carbon dioxide, it will help the CCS projects generally at all. This is the most or the highest financial risk we see, I would say, in the whole projects.
As well, answered your question. Is there any more question? If there is not, we can actually wrap this session up. So thank you very much. Thank you to participating in this fireside chat, and we can still discuss this topic in the meantime through the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nikolai. Thanks to Václav. It's time to move to the last panel debate in this second part of the conference. As I envisaged already before, the topic will be public perception. Our project dedicated part of the research also to the issues of public perception. But I would like to invite a colleague of mine, Luciana and Miu, the head of Clean Economy and Energy Policy Group, one of the partners of the project, to moderate this session. So, Luciana, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Vladimir. Can I ask my panelists to please join me up on the stage? So we're going to be talking about public perception, which in my mind is something that we've known about for a while is important for CCS, but it's really started to emerge into the debate at a high level in a coordinated way only relatively recently. So let's dive right in. So I'll just give a quick introduction of our panelists, and then I'm hoping that the session will be quite engaging, so I do invite you to think of questions you might like to ask them. We've got a really excellent panelist here today. So first off, we've got Sven Alsheimer, who is researcher and PhD candidate at right in one, the Competence Center for Energy Technologies and Energy Systems at the Fraunhofer Institute for Systems Innovation and Research, and who is involved in the pilot strategy project that looks at perceptions of CCS across different EU member states. Marc Commander is program director at the Institut Simlock in Paris. He is an expert and advisor to national and international risk management agencies, including the World Health Organization and the Institute of the International Atomic Energy Agency. And he works on developing interdisciplinary methods for evidence-based stakeholder engagement. And he's also working on the pilot strategy project. Last but not least, Katrine Thompson, who is head of the CCS department at the Danish Ministry for Climate, Energy and Utilities. Katrine's office is responsible for developing the Danish CCS legislation, including the framework for offering subsidies for CCS in Denmark that we've all heard quite a bit about recently. So welcome and thank you so much for being here. So I'm going to throw a question at all of you, so feel free to pick it up in whatever order you like. So we hear about how important public perception of CCS is quite regularly, and yet oftentimes we have to explain why. Why is this important? So that's the first question that I'd like to throw to you. How important is public acceptance of CCS to its deployment and why?
Yeah, I just start by briefly saying that in Denmark, I think it's super important. Well, yeah, in Denmark, it's been super important for the political level to make sure that there was local engagement and local support, which is why it was stated in the Danish CCS strategy that onshore storage cannot be developed in areas where there's not local support, because we've experienced numerous backlash in previous projects onshore storage in particular. And I think that's one of the reasons why it's super important to be aware of this, because to kind of put it a bit strongly, like it takes only one citizen to oppose a project and to make sure that that project won't develop. And something like that actually happened 15, 20 years back in Denmark. So we learned a lot from that, and that's why all parties in the Danish parliament have decided that we cannot develop onshore storage without local engagement, local support from both citizens, municipalities, and so on.
That's great, and I think we'll definitely want to circle back to the Danish experience, because we hear a lot about Denmark's success story today, but not necessarily about what had to happen behind the scenes to get here. And Sven, would you like to tell us your perspective?
Yeah, so thanks for having me here in this panel. And I can only, coming from Germany, I can mirror the experiences from 10 to 15 years ago. There's also this backlash which led to protests. And so we see that the public perception not only is the perception, it can also lead to opposition and then to maybe organize protests as well. And what I also wanted to say is that this is also mirrored by research, like in general, that we find more moderate levels of acceptance. So it's not that acceptance levels are very high or very low. They are mixed and they are moderate. So it always depends on the region, and you have to really look into the regions, and you see that investment and siting decisions, and we heard it throughout the day in several presentations, they are affected by these public acceptance issues, and also public acceptance, and to assess the level of acceptance is also necessary, in my opinion, for meaningful engagement in the next step. So you first have to assess what the public thinks and what they are talking about, what their concerns are, in order to address these issues then in later steps, in my opinion.
That's great. Thank you so much. And I think, again, we'll definitely circle back to meaningful engagement, because it's not just engagement, it's meaningful engagement, which is an important distinction. Mark, would you like to say a few words?
Well, yeah, I agree with what the colleague said. Maybe I could add a point about knowledge. We have heard again and again that the public has very little knowledge about CCS, which is true, and it's nice for us to be together as a community where we can talk about CCS and knowing, for me at least, some about it. But knowledgeable is also low for many of the issues the public has to be engaged about or being consulted for perception. For instance, radio frequencies, the mobile phone system. If you look at the Eurobarometer, you probably have still 60% of the population believes or perceive that radio frequencies, radio waves are associated with brain and many of the other diseases, although there is no evidence about it. So knowledge is low, but familiarity is high, because there are many discussions, even if the opposition groups for radio waves are now very little. So the studies on perceptions, on engagement, they also contribute to increase familiarity and maybe a little knowledge about those issues like CCS.
That's great, and I think it's quite important, isn't it, to make sure that increasing familiarity and increasing clear and balanced knowledge go hand in hand, isn't it? Because you can become familiar with something by virtue of it being picked up in the media quite frequently, maybe in a negative light, maybe in some cherry picking, So I think knowledge enhancement needs to go hand in hand in the increase in familiarity. Katrine, I'm going to come back to you to the Danish experience. So obviously Denmark's been on a really remarkable journey spearheading CCS in Europe, and you've talked about some challenges around public perception. How did you overcome those, aside from writing into law that local acceptance needs to be part of any onshore storage project? And how did the public, do you feel like there was a shift in the public mentality as well in Denmark over the course of the last years?
Well, to start out with your last question, yes, I think there was. And I think it was mainly driven by this huge shift toward public in general being very climate ambitious. We had general elections in Parliament in 2019, and a lot of polls afterwards shown that it was basically, well, the government was chosen due to their action when it came to climate action. So that shifted, and what basically the everyday citizen meant about what kind of tools we can use in order to lower our, to reach our climate targets, to be honest. So I think that was one of the main drivers for the change in the public perception. Basically, a lot of the NIMBY issues we've had in general, also when it comes to onshore solar, onshore wind, and stuff like that, it shifted a bit because the general person in Denmark was willing to accept a bit more in order to help this fight against the climate change, to be honest. And to come back to your question on what we did in order to ensure the local engagement and local dialogue that we promised the politicians behind our CCS strategy back in 2020, what we did was basically create 3 tracks, because we wanted to engage both with the citizens, we wanted to engage with the municipalities, local politicians, local civil servants and stuff like that, and also we wanted to engage with the industry, the NGOs and stuff like that. So we created like a forum where we are engaging with, I think right now we are around 300 representatives from industry, NGOs, and stuff like that, also from other governments, but basically once 3 or 4 times a year, we meet to talk about certain topics when it comes to CCS. So keeping basically the dialogue with the representatives from us and the government and the industry going. So that's one of the things we did. Then our energy agency and GEOs actually represented earlier today. They've had, for the past year, 12, I believe it was, town hall meetings in different areas of Denmark. Basically, and this is really interesting, I think, when about what Mark said before, basically informing citizens about what CO2 storage is like. How does it work? Does it gonna affect your tap water? No, it's not, because the CO2 is stored well below the water in subsoil. I mean, so a lot of basically general information for citizens has been done by these 2 agencies. And then one of my colleagues from the ministry has been doing a lot of dialogue with the municipalities. And we're still running these tracks. And I think it's very important to stress that we're still working on this. Right now we see actually a pretty substantial support for onshore storage in Denmark, but I think it's very important to stress that I think the real test is going to be when these projects are going to be developed. It's yet to be seen if the real support is out there. Right now we sense it. We hope it's going to be good. That's what we're getting, but I think we're really going to see if it stands the ground when we see these projects being developed in someone else's backyard.
I guess you never know until you actually get to that point, which is why people start engaging early to as much advanced knowledge as possible and build that relationship as well. So we might come back to question around trust when we talk a bit more about community engagement. But for now, I'm going to Sven. So we've heard about quite a specific case in Denmark, but your work in pilot strategy has specifically been looking at the heterogeneity that we see in public perception across different countries. So could you tell us a little bit about the main findings of the pilot strategy project so far in terms of these different acceptance of perception of CCS across Europe?
Yeah, so to give some context, so the pilot strategy project, which we both are actually part of, this is a project where we're looking at 5 different countries across Europe. So it's Southern Europe, also Poland, so Eastern Europe as well. And so these are namely Portugal, Spain, Greece, Poland, and France, where we're looking at. And here, one work package is focusing mainly on citizen engagement, public acceptance. And we also did to first assess the level of public acceptance. We did also quantitative studies to see in the region. So in each country, we are looking at one specific region. So always at the local acceptance of a potential pilot that could be implemented in this region. In Spain, we are also looking at 2 different sites that are where the implementation could be done. And here, what we see is that in our study regions, what we've also heard before, awareness and familiarity is really rather low. So, but here we also see strong differences. So you have to keep in mind the regions. Is it about a rural region or how much experience do people have? So we see that especially in Spain, in our 2 Spanish regions, primarily all of our respondents did not know anything about CCS at all. Whereas in the other countries, it was more mixed, the awareness. And this also mirrors so these differences, they also exist when it comes to the evaluation of the technology itself. So we asked them to evaluate CCS as a technology option in general, and we also wanted to see how they would accept a potential implementation if it will be done in their region. And here we also see some country differences where we see that, for example, in Portugal and France, they have rather positive views in comparison to the other countries. But then when we look at specific implementation in the region, also in Poland, for example, the views were quite positive as well. But where all the countries are pretty much on the same page is when it comes to conditions for their acceptance. So what are the things that they see as really necessary for them to accept the CCS deployment? Here they call for the need for economic compensation. So they perceive that CCS contributes or everybody benefits from CCS as it reduces the CO2 emissions basically for everybody. But they, in their region, they are the ones that have to then implement CCS technology there. So they feel like they should be compensated economically or at least benefit from this deployment. So this is something they have frequently referred to, but also the need for, in general, a transparent decision process. So they want to know why, how, and when, and under which conditions this will be implemented and what this means for their community. So these are some of the things that we see. We also see that differences in trust in the stakeholders in these regions where we see higher or more positive views, also the trust in the societal stakeholders is often higher. And also these differences in the regions, they sometimes mirror what we see when we ask them about their opinions. But like as a concluding statement to wrap it up, we have to say that it's when we ask people about CCS, they are not very knowledgeable about it. So it's rather a snapshot of what they feel today after we provide them with some information. So we have to give them information. With this, we are kind of setting the tone, and then we ask them about their perception. And this cannot be expected to be stable. They will receive further information if it becomes more and more developed, the discussion around CCS, and if it's more towards the actual implementation. So we cannot expect that these early and spontaneous remarks that they have will be stable throughout the whole thing.
I think that's a really important point. I don't like using the word unstable when talking about opinions necessarily, but that's what we're talking about. There's relatively little knowledge out there, and opinions are easily influenced at this stage. That's something to consider also when we think about different actors conveying a CCS message. Mark, I'd like to zoom in a little bit on the engagement piece here. So again, going back to the pilot strategy project, are there any sort of interesting or important findings on community engagement that you've come across? And also feel free to reflect on anything that Katrin or Sven has said until now.
Yes, well, Sven presented well the differences of our group of countries in pilot strategy. And I will focus more deeply on the French context, which is a real test, because in France there is a campaign to do 3D seismic data acquisition, which you probably are familiar with what it is. It involves vibrating trucks going all over the way in fields, on roads, in cities and little towns. So for that to happen, of course, you need the authorization. So imagine we go in our context, which is 60 kilometers southeast of Paris, in the Bassin Parisien. So it's a populated area with agriculture and some industry. And so the first question people we meet, being farmers, people at the city halls or the population, they say, why here? They don't say, not here. First they say, why here? So you have to be prepared to answer this type of question. And of course, those meetings of presentation are a little complex, because you have to talk about seismic 3D acquisition, all the process. We have to talk about why do you do it well, it's for CCS, or what is CCS about, and why do you do CCS, why for the climate, so what is CO2? So it's a big mess. We have tried many different approaches. I'm not sure anyone is better. First, we have started with the seismic acquisition, then we decided we should start with the climate. But the thing is, after a while, the discussion gets to roll, and what is important are the exchanges with the people we meet. And of course, there are some good reasons why we are here. The first one is that the geology of the Parisian basin is good for deep saline aquifer, and so rather a huge space. It's about the northeast quadrant of France. And the second reason is that there is on this area an industry, chemical industry, which generates CO2 ready to be stored almost. And the coincidence is, by the way, that we are here in the Czech Ministry of Industry a few months ago. This industry was bought by a Czech company named Agrofert. So this is a real European situation. And when we ask, so there are public meetings and there are individual meetings with farmers. We met 80 of them. So all those meetings are interdisciplinary. Of course, you cannot imagine social scientists can do that alone. We need engineers, we need geologists. So it's a nice group. After a while, we know each other, we talk, and we progress on the field. And we noticed, for instance, that farmers were really worried about the draining system. Draining system was set in this area at the beginning of the 20th century with terracotta tubes to drain the water from the field. And they are buried at about 50 centimeters to 1 meter. And it's very cheap equipment, it's like a flower pot, terracotta. And so geologists were a little upset to be sent back to 50 centimeters. The economists in the group said, but that costs nothing. So it took us a while to understand why there was so much concern about the draining system, because it would come back and come back. So we decided to integrate it in the research project. So we had a georadar to try to find them, because the farmers didn't know what the draining system were. They had lost a little the memory of it. And so we also did tests to bury some of those drains and put the vibrating tracks, which are 30-ton tracks, full speed, And of course, we check with the farmers how it went. So we spend a lot of time with that. And this helped the farmers also gain some contact with their identity, with the previous generation, which did the draining system. And the geologists also integrated this dimension, and we finally called it, we gave it a name, because we had to name it, so it was a non-human ancestor. And to integrate this local object, which is very special, it took us some effort. It took some effort for the farmers to explain why, it was important for them. But I think it helped to establish some resonance with the local community. The two groups are kind of happy that something happened around that.
That's a really interesting finding. I think it speaks a lot to needing to really understand the local sensitivities and the local heritage, and that varies so much. I'm aware that two of our panelists have flights and trains to catch. So at this stage, does anyone from the audience have any questions at this stage? Yes, Chris.
Okay, those who don't know, also there were 2011 environment when Shell wished to inject CO2 beneath the homes of that Rotterdam suburb, and residents were very upset at the idea of this multinational wanting to dump its dirty, dangerous waste into their homes. And that lot not being burned, so unsensitive. However, when Russia invaded Ukraine, we all had to build up our gas reserves. Everyone seems to be really pleased, despite the fact that huge great big gas reservoir in Paris. Everyone really staying. So what's the difference between CO2 storage permanently and temporary storage of gas?
I think this goes back to familiarity, doesn't it? Does anyone want to pick up on that?
Well, just to add a bit, I think it also, one of the differences might also be the importance of explaining the need for the storage. I think a lot of people know the need for gas in our energy system. I think we still have a lot of explaining to do to some citizens about why we need to store the CO2. So I think there are differences between the local understanding of the need for this. And of course, there are also physical differences. I mean, gas can explode, CO2 can. I mean, so but when it comes to perception, I think there's a difference between where we are when it comes to explaining the need for it.
Makes sense.
And they actually operate national gas storage since 1989. And it actually runs very. So they have a contract contact and really meetings with local communities. And now the plans, the pilot projection, and the planning construction. So basically, they want to use the same structure purposes. So they think they will decrease the amount of national gas storage within 20 years. So they actually capitalize on their previous work with local communities. And now they are doing the same trust, they've done it actually within this, and it eventually went to see. Because people were used to live on methane as explosive gas, right? Not absolutely. So there is definitely. But actually, can I also ask a question?
Sven, did you want to comment on this question?
Yeah, just wanted to add one sentence that it's a good anecdote about windows of opportunity, because then if you have a collective, or if the general public as a whole gets bought on an idea that something is necessary right now, then this might be a window of opportunity. For example, if there is an historic event like with the situation in Ukraine, then you have maybe a lot of people who are then seeing the benefit of moving in a certain direction. And so oftentimes it's windows of opportunity for some technologies to be perceived in a certain way. And this so this isn't, for me, it's an anecdote that underlines that what you just explained.
maybe a word on natural gas. I don't know who coined the term natural gas, but it was pretty smart rather than methane. Okay? That's the first thing. And the second thing is that the natural gas arrives at home. You can cook with it. You can get warm in the winter. That was the big scare the past winter. Why CO2? What is it? Is it carbon dioxide, carbonic gas? CO2 is kind of mysterious. You see? So some people don't know how to name it. They don't know how much there is in the atmosphere. So there's still, of course, I don't know much more about methane, but methane arrives at home and keeps you warm and can cook your eggs on it in the morning.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point that I think speaks again to familiarity and the use of the adjective natural, which civil society started to kind of speak up against, call it fossil, not natural. It sets a different tone. Oh, I have a question.
Yes, so please don't take it as a criticism. We're talking about what's public perception. Now, this section is actually open to the end of the podcast. And I think it actually has to be the first, right? But not only in the timeline, but in the lifetime of people. I mean, what we really need to do, we need to introduce education at the primary school level, so that when these kids grow up and they go into elections, they do the right vote. This is when the change will happen.
Thank you. Importance of education as well. Maybe, Katrine, do you want to comment from the Danish perspective? Is there anything in the school curriculum that's starting to touch on CCS, or should there be?
I think you just caught me on the wrong foot on that. I'm not that much into the general school system and not of the curriculum, to be honest. It's going to be years, but when it comes to education on CCS and climate change in general, it's a lot of money in Denmark has been raised for this. And there's the NGO called State of Green, which actually published a white paper last year about the public perception, I think, on the CCS in general in Denmark. So I think that's one of the things that has been really, really good. It's super important to keep the dialogue going because, as Mark mentioned, information is the first step. And of course, we need to do it everywhere, like in the elementary school, university level, high schools, and also in the general debate, public debate in general.
Thank you. If there's no more immediate questions, I wanted to maybe build up on that a little bit, talking about informing the public and building awareness. Who the message comes from is quite important. And we talked a little bit about trust. So just very curious to hear your thoughts on who are the most trusted stakeholders and who are the people who are the most trusted messengers for CCS projects, because it does vary. If I'm to look at the latest statistics from Romania in terms of trust in different stakeholders, it goes the army, the church, and universities. The government is somewhere at the bottom, even below the EU. The EU is more trusted than the national government. So how do you find that in Denmark?
I think it varies a lot across the countries, also just within the EU. Yeah. But actually in Denmark, I can say this as a civil servant, we are very, very fortunate because there's a huge public support for government in general, which is why a lot of the CCS projects, when they like when the GEOs or and the DEA comes to meet local citizens, municipalities, and so on, they're actually welcomed because they're from the government. And they actually being trusted, and they're actually able to send their message because they're from the government. And I think that makes it a lot easier for us to basically build this, go across this informational gap to a lot of the citizens because they want to listen when we come to talk to them.
Building up on that before I throw it to Mark and Sven. Conversely, CCS projects also involve economic operators, industry, right? And you did have some, I don't know how much made it to the public debate, but the media was paying attention to Aalborg Portland in Denmark recently. So there's trust in government. Is there also trust in industry? And how does that affect the CCS debate?
That's actually really interesting because when the trust starts to decline from the general public, that's when basically the industry comes in, and especially if it's like foreign-owned industry. So one of the things we do is basically to engage dialogue with these industrial actors who are interested in building these CCS projects in Denmark, because we basically want to show our support to these projects and basically kind of share our trust that the general public give to us with these projects. So that's like we're trying to build a bridge there, but we're very much aware that the different actors has different level of trust from the general public.
Great, thank you. Mark, Sven, did you want to reflect on trust and stakeholders?
Well, the trust, I guess, in France goes to academia, research. But if we think about being efficient, I think someone said it during the presentation today, we need a consensus at the level of social actors, societal actors. That is the political groups that most countries have difficulties to agree on energy policies. They have differences. So how do you want a citizen to make a choice between conflict at the political level? IPCC presents CCS as an option, so it could be a surprise for us to still see this lack of consensus as a national political levels. The other thing, maybe also, if we look at the citizen, we talked about the economic return from CCS. But in the context in France, the economic return is rather low. It will not create much employment, no taxes. So we had a discussion about the social recognition for it. Should the community who does geological storage of CO2 be socially recognized, saying, hey, something happened there, look at them, they are doing something for the climate. And they said yes, and we checked it in the local surveys on the sample of 250 people, and people said, yes, we need social recognition if we store CCS. And furthermore, we asked another question, would you be proud if your community would do CO2 storage? They said yes, the majority said yes, we would be proud. So maybe we need to think about the framing of CCS also to get closer to what local people, because there is pressure from the climate crisis and there is a sense of helplessness. And maybe if we present CCS and other IPCC options as a way to go into action instead of remaining passive and doomed to suffer the climate crisis.
That's great. I especially like are you proud that your community is storing CO2? That's wonderful. Sven, would you like to reflect on anything before we wrap up?
Yeah, just two quick points. First, we asked them who are your most trusted actors. So in these 5 countries Europe-wide, and here researchers were always on top. It also maybe goes along with the fact that one of our main predictors for the acceptance was the perceived benefits or risks, and the participants, they wanted to be sure that, so a lot of the places that we looked at were natural or cultural heritage sites, and they wanted to be sure that economically, socially, but especially ecologically, so that there's no negative impact on the environment, which was one of the main predictors. If they perceived it to be more or higher risk, then acceptance would drop. And here they wanted to be reassured, and as objectively as it comes, maybe here researchers do play a role, because they can deliver trusted or they can deliver results and highly objective results that people then can really trust. So they need to feel well informed, and here research does play a role. And also when we look at the levels of government, in a lot of countries we see that the local levels of government, they have a rather high level of trust. It depends how far they are actually included in these or part of these processes. But yeah, we see that the trust does play a role also as one of the predictors in our studies, and that industry actors we also asked them, and we said to them who is specifically involved in the projects, and trust in the industry actors actually did vary a lot throughout the country. So this is something that really depends on the actors themselves, on the countries, on their experiences with industry and with the specific actors that are doing the work. So this is something that we have seen.
That's great. Thank you very much. It's time to wrap up the panel, and we have, I think, a half an hour of questions now. I will say that if you're interested in public perception, there is going to be an issue paper released hopefully over the next couple of months from CCUS work about public perception social sectors of CCUS. So do keep an eye out for that. Thank you very much to the panelists. That was really enlightening, and thank you for your questions. And yeah, you have a great.
Thank you very much. Information people will be in 20 minutes. Yes, we will catch up at the time we will during the course. So 3, 20, 15, 20. And also very interesting session.
I see it for the first time at conference. Ask me anything. Sounds cool. So, Luciana, the floor is yours. Please introduce the session and the speaker.
Okay, great. Thank you very, very much. And thanks to all of you as well who stuck around this late into the afternoon. So, coffee break, we wanted to have a session that's a little bit unusual. So if any of you are familiar with Reddit, you might know Reddit Ask Me Anything is basically a chance to have an expert that people just throw questions at. And for this session, we're really lucky to have Chris Davies here. So Chris is the director of CCS Europe, which is a communications and advocacy body for CCS. Its membership includes NGOs, businesses, business associations. Chris was a member of the European Parliament for over 15 years. He was the rapporteur for the CCS directive, and he was the driving force behind the ENER 300, which we know as the fund that was meant to finance 12 CCS projects across Europe, and which later became the Innovation Fund as we know it today. So this is a really great chance to just throw any questions, including your toughest questions, at Chris. And I prepared a couple here, but please cook up some nice, interesting questions there, because this is a really great chance to speak to someone who's been a CCS veteran for such a long time. So Chris, thank you so much for being here, and welcome to Ask Me Anything. So,
well, can I ask you, Asa, do you think in my lifetime I will see a CCS project in operation in Europe?
I do think so. I'm an optimist, so also prepared to be wrong. Is your microphone working? There's a switch at the base of it. Just press it.
Where?
There you go. Okay, great. So my first question to you is one that is not representative of what I think about CCS or what I'm sure any of you think about CCS, and is, why should Central and Eastern European countries want to implement CCS? Their emissions have dramatically decreased since 1990. Many of them are still catching up with the EU average income, and CCS is expensive and it's difficult. So should it even be on their agenda at this stage, and if yes, why?
No one should want to do CCS. I mean, none of us want to spend our time capturing CO2 and injecting it into the earth. It's just an expense. I mean, it's in the atmosphere, we can breathe it, we drink it. It's fine. We just have this problem that it's causing climate change.
That
which
tiny
is a
problem.
And we have the report that came out last Friday, which said that if we don't reduce global warming emissions by 45% in the next 7 years, and curb the fact that emissions are still rising, then there's no chance of meeting the Paris Agreement, and we move on to the next phase and the next phase. And I remember once at a climate change conference back in the IPCC conferences back in like 2003, and I asked one of the scientists, I said, you keep talking about what we have to do during the course of this century, but what do we have to do by 2100? Well, what happens if we don't do this by 2100? And he said, well, okay, by 2100, temperatures will go up by 4 or 5 degrees. And if we don't do anything, we'll keep on getting hotter and hotter until we boil like Venus. So that's one of the reasons why you have to do something. But of course, just like the UK, you can move away from coal, you can develop renewables, you can reduce your emissions, but and if there's an alternative to CCS, then find them and use them. Anything that's cheaper and still reduces the emissions has got to make economic sense. But as we heard before, trying to reduce emissions when a chemical process is involved in their production is something, well, we don't have the answers as yet. So maybe it's an interim technology, maybe it's an interim technology for a couple of 100 years, but at the moment, it's the technology we need.
It's sorely needed, and that's for climate purposes. And I would continue to maybe challenge this here, because one of the things that we might see in countries that are still kind of playing catch up economically is, why is climate my priority when I need to focus on the well-being of my people, pulling people out of poverty? And there we have the industrial competitiveness argument as well, right?
Yeah, I don't know an answer to this, is it? I mean, you can look at it within one country, or you look at it globally, and you can certainly say it's the argument that China's using and others. You know, why China's carrying on building 2 coal-fired power stations every week, although at the same time has now got the largest renewable sector in the world. And China, of course, comes and says to us, you've industrialized using fossil fuels, so you've got to give us the leeway to bring our standard of living up to the same as yours. But, you know, if the old Benjamin Franklin line, you know, if we don't all hang together, we either hang together or we hang separately.
Yeah.
And one way or another, the world has to hang together to deal with global warming. It's a huge political problem, because, of course, every politician that says we need to introduce measures which are going to impose financial constraints, cost you money on their citizens, they're going to have thrown back at them the fact is, well, we're doing this, but we in the European Union, we only emit 8 or 9% of the world's total CO2. So what's the point? You know, we're shouldering this burden, but if the rest of the world is not playing its part, then we're paying a price and seeing no benefits.
Yeah.
What can we do? It's almost religious, isn't it? I mean, you just got to say, we say in the European Union, we have to set an example. We were some of the world's first industrial nations. We've benefited. We've got to take the steps and the measures necessary to correct the problems. And as Ursula von der Leyen said in the European Parliament today in the State of the Union address, you know, we have to make sure that we're carrying European industry with us, and we want to make sure that European industry benefits from the transition, as well as has to pay the costs.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Has anybody got a tough question so far? Yes, Marco.
My question would be, obviously, we already addressed to that about different policy options, but my question would be, how would you explain how current contracts are different to someone who is not very familiar with CCS or in very layman's terms, for them to be able to understand?
It's a subsidy, and it's a subsidy that protects the public taxpayer, because there was always the risk if have an agreement people pay so much subsidy to a company, then in practice they're able to achieve their goals at much lower cost than it was first thought. So they make huge profits, and those huge profits are maintained by the taxpayer. That can't be right. So on the one hand, the taxpayer is there to encourage companies to take a risk and to bail them out if they end up incurring much greater expense than they expected. But at the same time, if all goes well, costs come down and they make big profits, and the taxpayer ceases to have to pay. In fact, the reverse happens. They have to start paying the taxpayer.
So no companies already have received enough subsidies already. That's just for.
Well, it's a rhetorical reply. It depends on the company, of course. Look, we were looking at the carbon prices before. Carbon price today is 86 euros, although it's been above 90 euros for much of the last few months. It's expected to go up, I think someone said, to 120 or so, and it's guesswork. As we know, when I first started in this game, the carbon price was 30 euros, and then it sank to 4 euros. So it's huge variables here. As the fact is, you can You can say, and people have been saying this for a long time, industry should take the lead. Doesn't industry get enough from us already? Doesn't it make enough profits from us? But in practice, we've got a world to save here, and industry is only going to invest if there's a business case to justify that investment.
Marco, any throwback? No, good for now. Thank you for that question. I'll shoot another question. Just getting a bit more practical here in terms of the NER 300. So you were the driving force.
Well, that was a great success, wasn't it? That was my greatest political achievement. It delivered absolutely nothing.
Well, it was the predecessor to the Innovation Fund, so I think you get some credit, that's for sure. But what was your experience in trying to get it off the ground, and what's changed since then? Are we now in a better place in absolute terms, in terms of CCS, or in relative terms, compared to where we should be?
I became convinced of the need for CCS in 2007 when I spoke to actually one of the founders of NGO E3G, who was advising the British government at the time, and he said that we're just simply not going to meet net zero or anything like that without deployment of CCS, which at the time I really didn't like the idea that we could capture and bury the CO2. All that stuff. People, we talked about this, methane, but sometimes CO2 is compared to radioactive waste and things. I can say that the mood in the European Parliament Environment Committee in 2008 was that almost everyone who spoke was critical of aspects of CCS. And if you hear debates now in the European Parliament Environment Committee, almost everyone who speaks is critical of some aspects of CCS. Fortunately, at the end of the day, most of them end up sticking up their hands and voting for measures to take it forward. I can hardly think of the Parliament actually blocking initiatives. The trouble is getting people to take initiatives in the first place. I became the rapporteur for the Storage Directive in 2008. Didn't mention anything about financing CCS, but I took the opportunity of having this position to ask people for advice about how we might fund CCS. And one of the ideas was to sell some spare ETS allowances in order to create a fund that could support CCS. That became, I had to sell that. I got that through the Environment Committee. I had to sell that then to the Commission, who were very reluctant to accept it initially, because they thought the emissions trading scheme was still innovative and wonderful, and it would drive it forward, and it would solve problems. But eventually they did take it on board, and of course, within months, in fact, we managed to also get the French presidency to say it was a political battle. It was quite a short-term battle, for 3 or 4 months, to persuade people that here was an idea that could actually resolve the difficulty. The European Union had committed itself to have up to 12 CCS demonstration projects by 2015, but hadn't got any instrument for funding that. So it was hoped at the time that the NER 300 money, which was at the time thought to be going to raise 30 billion or so, 20 billion, 30 billion, would provide that mechanism, especially with the ETS price. That was carrot and stick. ETS price was the stick. The money raised from selling ETS allowances would provide a carrot. But then everything collapsed. The economy collapsed. ETS price collapsed. Value of the NER 300 collapsed.
Yeah.
So here we are. I mean, we've lost 10 years.
Yes, the last decade.
We've lost 10 years in this.
Yeah.
And the arguments now, although there's a lot of support now, is growing. Well, I would say there's growing support at all sorts of levels within the European Commission. And Chris Bolesta himself has done a lot to drive that forward. He's not at a senior level, he's at a sort of middle ranking level. Yeah. He's done a great job. Still a lot of skepticism. And most of all, still a lot of ignorance amongst member states. When the Net Zero Industry Act was introduced, it proposes that up to 50 million tons of storage capacity should be made available by 2030, which is 6-7 years' time. And oil and gas companies should be obliged to make that storage capacity available. That, as one Commission official said to me, is unprecedented. We are requiring companies to do something which they might do for market reasons, but not commercial reasons. But have never been forced to do, but we're actually forcing them to do this. 3 months ago, we had a meeting, CCS Europe organised a meeting of the negotiators, the councillors who sit around the table, if you like, on behalf of the governments in the committees discussing this. And many of them knew nothing about CCS. Just wasn't on their agenda.
Yeah.
I mean, they were asking the basic questions like, is CO2 storage safe? And such. You know, to say I was the rapporteur for the directive, donkeys years ago. So a lot of ignorance. And yet, just like with the ENER 300, quite a quick transformation. In July 1st, the Spanish presidency took over. Spain distributed a paper to all these councillors, negotiators, and it was very sceptical about whether we needed CCS at all. 2 months later, it's just introduced a paper last week, which is supportive of the Commission's proposals, and has a lovely sentence which I love, which says a member state should be required to say, if they haven't got CCS development programs, what are they going to do to de-emission, decarbonize their industry?
Yeah,
it's very helpful. It's a huge move in 2 months.
Yeah. Just coming back to sort of where we are now, because obviously since the ENER 300, since the collapse of the ETS price, like we're now seeing very high prices, and we've got the innovation fund and so on. So in absolute terms, we're in a better position. But are we doing enough for CCS, given that we're in this better position?
No, clearly not. But the wheels are turning in ways they haven't for a long way. Net Zero Act. We didn't expect CCS to get a mention in the Net Zero Industry Act. Then it was published in March, and Bolesta and others have managed to get these, use the opportunity to get things in. Now he's got his industrial carbon management strategy being prepared. That can prepare the groundwork for the next commission, but that's another year off, and we haven't got a year. 2030 takes a long time to do these things. We'll be lucky if we get permits to get plants building builds, let alone get them actually in operation by that time. And I do keep saying, we have had one final investment decision taken now within the European Union. It was after all these years. We've got a couple of projects in Norway, as we know. One FID has been taken within the European Union. It was taken at the end of May the 31st. It's the Kalundborg project in Denmark. To capture 430,000 tons of biogenic CO2 to be shipped off to Northern Lights with the storage.
Yeah.
That's the first one.
Yeah.
430,000 tons.
Yeah.
To meet the target, which the President of the Commission has said, we need 300 million tons of CO2 to be stored annually by 2050. We need one of those projects every 12 or 13 days. Every 12 or 13 days for the next 25 years. And they're going to cost what? 400 or 500 million each. That scale.
Easy. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what we have to do to scale things up is enormous. Can I have a complaint? I don't know if anyone can hear. We had Heidelberg and Hobson and some members of CCS Europe. But I am really struck by the fact that we have organisations like Wind Europe, Solar Power Europe, Hydrogen Europe, and they're all pushing for their technologies. And they're not simply pushing their technologies because they're true believers. They're pushing because they think they can make money out of developing these technologies. They're going to get subsidies and they're going to make profits. Everyone will be on fat pensions at the end of the day, and having saved the world as well, so their children will be happy. Well done, father, mother. So where are these companies that are going to make these, one huge project every 12, 13 days? So where are the potential suppliers? Why aren't they really putting money into the lobbying, the advocacy at national capitals? I was talking to a gentleman just now about Lithuania, if you're still here, and about the sort of this wall of ignorance that has to be overcome before you can get strategies and targets set in place. So where are the companies that are going to make these huge sums of money? Why aren't they up there putting money into advocacy? Not talking about putting money into projects, putting some marketing money into creating business opportunities for themselves.
Developing the CCS supply chain, so to speak, like capture technologies and so on. I mean, is that industry even developed enough in the EU? That's what the Net Zero Industry Act is trying to do, isn't it? Is to give that impetus to developing capture technologies and so on in Europe.
Well, I think the research is going quite well. I mean, if you go along to these universities and they've got vast amounts of PhD on CCS. And there's a number of, I mean, at the moment, Eco Carbon Capture in Norway is the leader in actually providing, it's doing the Twence plant, the waste to energy plant in Amsterdam, which is the CCU project. It's got the contract for Kalundborg, it's doing the Norway cement plant. But there are many other, it's using amine technology, but there's others, Capsule, for example, Savant in Canada, different approaches. For me, I must say that's a problem. Maybe it comes back to the need for subsidy for first movers. I mean, if you were sitting in a boardroom and you're looking at why should I invest in CCS? Well, if you're a cement company, well, you might well be saying, well, the trouble is, in a few years' time, not only will the price of ETS allowances for the emissions to be a lot higher than they are now, and they're already high, but we're going to have to start paying for them. Because at the moment, we get free allowances. But free allowances are going to come to an end. So the cement industry, I heard, reckons in 10 years' time, it collectively in Europe is going to be paying 34 billion euros to emit its CO2. 34 billion euros. It's still, the CO2 is still going to be going out to the atmosphere from the production of cement, but governments are going to be getting that money. So if you have to pay out that, then obviously that starts to make you start thinking about, should I be investing in CCS? I want some risks covered, and I'll need some public sector support, but I'd like to do it. But you've still got a big question here. If I'm going to spend 500-600 million euros on a plant, what technology do I pick? I mean, when you buy a new iPhone, do I buy this one or do I wait for the next one? But it's a huge investment, and you could be stuck with by the time you've got your permits, and by the time you've built your plant, maybe 5 years has passed, and the technology may have moved on, and you're stuck with a huge, great big plant, which is already less competitive than one of your competitors, less efficient than one of your competitors, and the technology has moved on. So that's. I mean, we want all this competition, and we want lots of different developments, and we want the price to come down.
Yeah.
But when it comes to risk factors, it's one that has to be taken into account.
Yeah, and you don't want, I mean, there's already enough risk factors to account for with CCS, never mind the technological choice risk, is I guess what you would call it.
Yeah.
Like Eirik from Sintef was saying, we're not, he's not expecting a major technology breakthrough for capture, but there's all these sorts of incremental improvements when it comes to efficiency and so on that might actually be quite important for a company's business case. So, been hogging the microphones for a while. Does anyone else have a question they would like to throw out? Yes, Duncan.
When is the UK actually going to have a CCS fund? Same, me too.
So I think it's really what we said last time. One of the key hurdles for this argument is yes, we can make this investment, we can get positive business case because, as you said, you recognize all your national spending, or listing, right? So a huge amount of capex, and though also
Yeah, and I was at Imperial College yesterday, and financial people were kept, the conference kept emphasizing we really hate risk. And that's where the public sector has to come in to so I would simply say this, and there was a question before about previous panel, I think, what would you do if you had one thing you want to do? And to me, the thing I most want is for every government in Europe to set itself a CO2 capture target for industry. You know, at an EU level, there are things that can be done and should be done collectively, such as the laying down of requirements for safe CO2 storage, which we've done. And of course, it can help oil the wheels with the Innovation Fund, which is now worth at least 30 billion or so over the next few years. And other measures, of course, like requiring storage space to be put in. But mostly, CCS is going to be driven forward at a member state. So member states can draw up their own contracts for difference or provide other forms of subsidy. And the thing that would really concentrate the mind is for the setting of targets. So I guess Chris Bolesta was on here, and I was just reflecting earlier on. I wrote him an email. I was sitting there. I'm saying the president came out and said we need to be capturing 300 million tons, storing 300 million tons of CO2 by 2050. Okay, so in your strategy, which is coming out shortly, are you giving any indication of how that would drawn up and what your expectations are from each member state? Because I think we need to go back to each member state and say, from the commission is saying, we don't see how we're going to achieve net zero unless you play your full part. And our understanding of your full part means you're going to have to capture, looking at the nature of your industry, so many million tons by 2030, 2035, 2040. Now that would concentrate minds wonderfully. And really it's up to a minister to say, okay, is this a realistic target? If it is realistic, ambitious, but realistic, then I'll sign up to it. And then it tells his civil servants to tell me what I have to do to make this happen. You know, because there's examples of which Denmark and the Netherlands now leaders within the Union in starting to make it happen.
I really like that way of putting it, of focusing the mind by setting a target, and then you work backwards from that target, don't you? And you figure out what needs to happen each step of the way. Thank you, Duncan, for the question. Do we have any more questions? Mikhail. This will probably be the last one, I'm afraid. So
so it seems to me that the Commission is really quite lost. There's a lot of projects coming up. And I think you agree that it's the member state. Why is that? Why are they more about this? Yeah, what's your question?
Oh, first of all, my impression is that people don't understand CCS. I mean, it's the same argument in the European Parliament, and it's the same thing. You know, the whole advocacy stuff. I mean, CCS is still a nasty technology. But I was quite enthusiastic for CCS, but I want to make it clear that I'm only enthusiastic because the purpose of CCS is to curb climate change. That's we're not capturing and storing CO2 for any other reason than that. People still see this as an unattractive technology. WWF came out with a description a few years ago, which was CCS is an unfortunate but probably necessary technology. And I thought that was very well. No, I mean, WWF had been to see me a few years ago, and they were quite keen on CCS. So I thought unfortunate but probably necessary. It was a bit damning. And yet, actually, I think it's absolutely spot on. It's unfortunate in many ways. We don't want to capture CO2. Why should we? But it's necessary, which is why we must do it. So that's the message that has to be got over, and we need advocacy, not simply in Brussels. We need advocacy in national capitals. Someone put up something on the screen saying early on, below topics, saying one of the things we need to do is we need basically pressure groups in every national capital. How many pressure groups have we got? How many CCS pressure groups are across Europe? And how many countries have got absolutely no one speaking up in the CCS? I suspect quite a lot. So that's the first hurdle. After that, sure, we come on to the financial issues. Aside from technical things and storage and public acceptance, but fundamentally, you're talking about political decision making here. And if it could be done cheaply, it would be done. But it's not. It's going to be expensive. It's going to require difficult decisions. So the money, in theory, comes from the emissions trading system to a significant extent. In practice, we probably can need funding above that. I love the carbon take-back obligation. You know, carbon take-back, which is a requirement for suggestion that anyone putting fossil fuels on the market should have to pay something towards the cost of dealing with those fossil fuels, or dealing with the CO2 emitted from those fossil fuels, or unless they're actually doing it themselves, in which case it's a trade-off. They don't need to pay the tax if they're actually investing in CCS. And it wouldn't be the total cost, maybe. You just put a couple of euros maybe on the price of the selling all fossil fuels, so you can build up a fund which can encourage governments to start investing in CCS. Now, Chris, I think, said in his presentation early on that his strategy paper will touch on financing. So that maybe gives us an opportunity to even if he doesn't raise this particular idea, it gives us an opportunity to start saying, well, let's take this seriously. We need to put more ideas on the table about where the money's going to come.
I'm afraid that we do need to close. Before doing that, so pressure in national capitals, is that the idea that you'd like to leave our CE audience with in terms of in 30 seconds, what do we need to go away and do?
Oh, sorry. But yeah, what you need to go and do, reach out to people who can make a difference, and the people that means the companies that are emitting CO2, the companies that stand to profit by making the equipment that relieves CO2, and the climate change campaigns, and start just see if you can't bring people together around the table one day and see what happens.
We will. Thank you so much, and thank you as well for the questions. I think it's the first time we've done a session like this, so thanks so much for entertaining the idea, Chris. Thank you.
Thank you, Luciano. Thank you, Chris. Very good session. We are heading towards the end of today's conference. The last panel is awaiting us. This last panel will look at the CCS activity in Central and Eastern Europe. We will have the opportunity to hear from companies across the region who are active in doing steps towards deploying CCS projects. I would like to ask Vladimír, senior consultant at Civita, partner in the CCS4CEE project, to take over the floor and to chair the panel and to introduce the panelists.
Yes, hello everyone. I have the honor to finish the conference and also the last public event of this project with this panel discussion about projects in this field that are slowly taking off in the region. And I hope that it will empower the audience, the listeners, the interested parties to continue building this momentum for the deployment of CCS in the region here, with those actual examples that we will cover here further. And yeah, shortly about myself, I'm a senior consultant from Civita, Latvia, which is my management consultant company in Central and Eastern Europe, and also one of the partners in the project. So I would like to welcome all the participants here by the table, and I will do the introduction to them later. So yeah, Agnieszka, Tomáš, Jana, and Nikolai, please join me here.
You can. So yes, thanks for joining. And I would like to firstly introduce the participants here and give the short background information. So first of all, we have Agnieszka Baran, Director of CCS Program Office at Orlen, Poland, with a background in business development and chemical technology engineering. So about the company, Orlen is a large integrated energy company with important refinery capacities in Poland, Czechia, and Lithuania. And they are promoters of the CCS4CEE project. We will pronounce it correctly. Yeah, and formerly it was known as EU CCS Interconnector. Next we have Jana Hammerschmidova, Exploration and Production Division Director of MND from Czechia, with background on reservoir engineering, geology, and also experience as a director of MND Energy Division. Shortly about the company, MND is an oil and gas producer, now expanding also in renewable energy generation, also exploring geothermal energy and CO2 storage. MND is a partner of CO2 Spicer, Czech Norwegian research project, which was also mentioned here previously. And the goal of which is to examine the possibilities of CO2 storage in Southern Moravia under the leadership of Czech Geological Survey. And additionally, preparing a commercial project, CCS Moravia, in partnership with CMC, that they are also a partner in for E project. Next one here is Tomáš, President of the Board at Salonit Conform Slovenia. With the background in management, business development, environmental science, and engineering. Salonit is only one of the two Slovenian companies, industrial operators, to be considering the carbon capture project, and has begun pre-feasibility studies for the carbon capture pilot unit. And last but not least, we have Egle Jankowskiene, procurement manager and project coordinator at Akmenės Cementas from Lithuania, with a background in project coordination and investment projects. So Akmenės Cementas is part of the Schwenk Cement Group and is one of the largest companies in the Baltic region and the only company in Lithuania which is manufacturing cement. It is also a part of CCS Baltic Consortium project, which wants to fill the gap on transport and sequestration infrastructure, but a sustainable CO2 value chain that may be utilized by the stakeholders in the Baltic states. So large part of the project we saw on the map previously. And yeah, shortly about the structure of the panel discussion. Of course, there will be questions from my side, but I'm also keen to hear questions from you at the second part of the panel. So first of all, I would like to maybe ask to you participants here. I only introduced you briefly, so maybe you can tell us a bit more about your CCS projects, where your company is involved in, including also the rationale, the reasoning, maybe the general timelines and the next expected steps in those projects. So I think we can start in this order. So Agnieszka, feel free to.
Yeah, of course. Does it work?
Yes.
No? Yeah. So as you mentioned, we've got, let's say, the biggest, the most famous project, CCS4CEE, which previously was called Interconnector. In late 2020, early 2021, we started our cooperation with Lafarge Cement and Liquid Polska, and made some kind of plan to build the CO2 terminal and necessary infrastructure to transport CO2 from our facilities. We prepared application form and we applied for the 5th list of PCI projects, which we obtained, of course. And then we made some technical feasibility studies. First was about the location study,
because we wanted to check which location is the most suitable for the CO2 terminal. We also prepared was in Polish called ZZK, and in English it's gonna be some kind of spatial concept with economical evaluation, let's say. So we are about at the last stage of obtaining this document. And meanwhile, we are checking the possibilities of transport. Due to the fact that our local law looks like it looks, it might be a necessity to transport at the first stage of the project CO2 by rail. Of course, we fully understand that it might be not perfect form of transport, and any kind of pipeline will be most suitable. However, we are not sure whether such a pipeline might be implemented in such a short period of time, because you need to keep in mind that our project is divided into two stages. First is from 2027, and the second stage is after 2030. So in this period of time, there might be a problem. Of course, we also want to cooperate with the company who's gonna be, let's say, the operator of pipelines in Poland. So this is the first project. The second, I don't know whether you all know, but last week we announced that one of our daughter companies, PGNiG Norway Upstream, signed an MOU with Horizon Energy company, and we would like to be a part of CCS projects in Norway. It's not any kind of secret that Norway is a leader in CCS projects. So we see that any kind of activities in this field will be beneficial for us, because we could transfer this knowledge to Poland and then to make projects regarding storage in Poland. Third project which we have is the second company, daughter company, Lotos Petrobaltic, with their cooperators obtain funds to check the value chain of CCS on the Baltics. So we see that we could be leaders. It's a good word, but I didn't want to use that in this field in Poland. However, we know that it should be made step by step. Of course, we've got other projects related with CCE, carbon capture, but due to the fact that we are in the middle of the procurement process, I would be not to talk about it. So thank you.
Okay. So at first, I would like to add some information to Amendi. We are oil and gas company with more than a century history on the territory of the Czech Republic. Currently, we are active in the Czech Republic, in Ukraine, and recently also we entered into the GV in Austria. CCS activities in the Czech in MND are already quite a long history. We started somewhere in 2008. The big role, at first I have to say, played the Czech Geological Survey. It was already mentioned here today. In the beginning, we worked on this topic as a, let's say, passive partner, supporting the information, the data for CCS research projects. And since 2018-19, we started also be active in this area, and we entered into the project, into a partnership with Czech Geological Survey and some other institutions, research institutions on the project CO2 Spicer. It was already mentioned here. and just connecting via Czech Geological Survey and other good men here in the Czech Republic, we came into the contact with Heidelberg, and this actually opened the cooperation and preparing the first commercial project, which we are developing now. Why MND wants or is active in CCS? We are oil and gas company, so at first we feel some responsibility for CO2 emissions. Secondary, we also search for some other business opportunities because we know that the time frame for the fossil fuels is limited, and also the potential in the territories where we work is limited. So we try to develop new business activities. In the past, we did it in the sector of the gas storage. So we built and operate currently several gas storages on the territory of the Czech Republic and also Germany. So I think we have quite a good expertise because gas storage is not the same as a CO2 storage, but there are a couple of similarities in this. And we have technology. This is not only about the drilling, about the reservoir. This is also about the manpower, about the geological and technical know-how. So I believe that we can be a good contributor into the CCS problematic on the territory of the Czech Republic.
Tomáš, tell us a bit more about this.
Thanks for the question. Maybe I'll start with I'm coming from cement factory, the only cement factory in Slovenia. And we are also preparing a project for carbon capture and storage. We started with the project 3 years ago, and we considered at the beginning storage option, also utilization, CCU. But we think that for this, let's say, short to mid-term option, it's much more feasible to have a solution for CCS for the quantities that we are talking about. At the beginning, the idea was to start with capturing in 2035. Then after first feasibility studies, we became a bit more optimistic. And we said, okay, 2030 is the right time. And then we started, let's say, discussions with different stakeholders and trying to develop the whole value chain. Now we are again less optimistic than in the beginning. So we think maybe between 2030 or let's say early 2030s, we should be able to have this in place. And listening today to all the discussions, I went through all the, let's say, stages of our project to remind me of all the challenges that were, let's say, expressed here. Okay, as an engineer, I would say that I'm struggling a bit. I have kind of a frustration because we have everything, and yet we are not able to put all the things in place in a very short time. But as a manager, I understand that people often don't want to go the direction that is in their favor. So we need to address the whole complexity of those projects. And maybe also because of that, I also think that this conference and also the projects is very valuable to really create the awareness, not just of the general public, also of the authorities, because we are very often struggling also with the, let's say, lack of understanding of why these technologies or these solutions are really valuable, and that we really need, if we want to solve a climate problem, that we really need to take actions. Maybe just at the end, there was a question about gas. You know, it's I think that the problem of gas and CO2 is that people feel cold where there is no gas, and they know this feeling, and they don't internalize this, let's say, urgency of climate challenge. And if they are like, let's say, we have several severe floods in these last months in Slovenia. And there is a connection, a rational connection between climate change and this experience. But then when it comes to actions, let's say, implementing solutions for storage, this link is not yet built, and we need to do much more to create this, let's say, feeling of urgency in the society, and then maybe all these things will run more faster. Thanks.
Okay. So hello everybody, I am Eirik from Mehsen in Lithuania, cement factory. So at first I would like to congratulate for the end of this project. It's a really nice project and it cooperates various companies. And I'm also delightful to represent my company and also to represent the CCS Baltic Consortium. So as Falck mentioned, Mehsen from Lithuania is one of the biggest in the Baltic states and the only one in Lithuania. But as all cement companies faces the same problem, huge CO2 emissions, we had to do something. So we created a cooperation with several companies, 2 cement factories, one which went Latvia, and the second one, my company, Mehsen, which are both in the Cement group. So we plan to build the plants near our cement factories to capture CO2 and then to liquefy it and by trains or wagons or road trucks to transport it to the Klaipėdos Nafta. It's in the port of Lithuania. And from there, a terminal which is planning to be built a new one. Captured CO2 should be shipped into the North Sea by 2 companies, MOL and Live Shipping. So yes, we have this plan, and at the moment we are waiting for the news if we got the PCI status, and then we will start to make a feasibility study, and then to do all other actions that the main value chain would work. So CCS, the main vision of CCS Baltic Consortium is to significantly decrease CO2 in the Baltic states, and we have an ambitious plan to end this project by the end of 2030 to build both plants and to capture CO2. So yeah, that's all then.
Yes, thank you. So you compared the initial introduction to the projects, and maybe you already have some participants here.
If not, feel free to prepare them, and I can continue with my questions. I have a lot of them, but very limited time. So one question I wanted to ask also to all of you to briefly mention, briefly explain. As overall, of course, it is important for such projects to be economically viable. Maybe thinking already from the perspective of your projects, what is necessary to get those CCS costs down to make those those projects more feasible? Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So in general, I think everyone is applying for any kind of funds, EU funds, internal funds, any kind of funds. In our project Eco2CEE, the most important was for us. The most important was to be implemented on the list of the PCI projects, due to the fact that we would be able, and we were able to apply for the energy funds. now we are in the middle of the application process for 6 list of PCI projects. And I think that what is necessary in any kind of projects, for example, in Poland, is to get some kind of funds, internal funds. Till 1st of September, Kamila told that our president signed an amendment to the Geological and Mining law. Of course, it's not like that we can dig wells wherever we want right now, but there is a necessity for implementation other kind of amendments to the law. But I think that there should be some kind of everyone says momentum for deployment of CCS projects, and it will be very necessary to have some kind of internal funds for doing that. Thank you.
So, from my point of view, general necessity is, of course, to get funding from the EU funds, because this is a moment necessary. We need also the support from the local national funds, and what we also need, we need also the support from the government on the legal side, because this is one of the very important points. Because in my opinion, there is no clear strategy in the Czech Republic how the emission reductions should be proceeded, how it should work and what should be done. So this is essential in my opinion. I believe that if we manage to do the first project, so the learning curve will be very fast, and it will reduce the uncertainty, and I believe also the costs for all the other projects.
Yeah, I think this project at the beginning, with the first implementation in certain regions, really high-risk projects, so we need some measures to de-risk, like it was already said today. I think this is now crucial. Then to, let's say, go further and to transform the whole industry, I think we need to do much more with the planning of the infrastructure that is needed for those projects. Starting with the let's say, good availability of storage sites, so that you have access to these sites, also free access to the storage sites for the companies or for the emitters, and this, let's say, transport. Just if we take as an example of cement, we are talking of the same magnitude of volumes of CO2 that is we need to transport this the whole cement. So we actually double the logistics. And here, I think I would see this as a let's say, as a road network, or let's say water pipes. Doesn't make sense that every company creates its own infrastructure. We need to build this together, and this will for sure speed up everything and also make the projects less expensive at the end.
Yeah, so colleagues already told almost every important thing, but I should mention that the support from government and funds are really important. And also the second thing is the planning process. We should plan as much precisely as possible, and to think about technology which adapts the most perfectly to the existing technology in the field. So planning and good relationship with government and also funds.
Thank you. I also wanted to storage. On this question, I have a question for Jana. both oil and gas producers, they are likely to play an important role in the future in the CCS projects, particularly if the Net Zero Industry Act is adopted with the continued obligations of those companies to be storage operators. And what is your overall opinion of the Net Zero Industry Act and how it affects your working field? Yeah.
So we try to do our best to reduce the CO2 emissions in the scope 1 and 2, but there is no chance to do anything with the scope 3 because we are. I'm not sure if I properly understood your question because we are as a producer of the fossil fuels. So we are the source of the CO2 emissions.
Yes, but also the role as the storage operators.
For a CO2 storage operator. Okay. So this is why I thought in the beginning that we feel responsible. Also, that this was one of our reasons why we are active in this CCS problematic. We can what can be our role? I already thought I believe that we have the expertise. We participate in the projects where we get additional expertise which is necessary to build the CO2 storages, and we have also many information about the underground, at least in the territory where we work. The Czech Republic, Ukraine. So there are a couple of possible good candidates for CO2 storage. We have also good drilling technology, which we can use not only for drilling for hydrocarbons or geothermal wells, but we can drill also the wells for the storing of CO2, and we are able also to simulate, to design the CO2 storage, and also to do the observations during the active life of the CO2 storage and also afterwards. So this can be overall.
Thanks for the overview. Maybe there are some questions from the audience. Not, I can slowly move to some conclusion questions. Yes, okay. So concluding questions also to all of you is regarding the main recommendations for other stakeholders that could be interested to develop similar projects in their own countries, given that you can be considered among the front runners in the region in this field with those projects, those planned projects as examples. What would be your main advice so far for other stakeholders or other interested parties that would like to implement similar projects in those fields in the region?
So 2 points, I think. If you have not started yet, so please start right now because time is ticking. And the other thing is, from our point of view, because we struggled a little bit and we have a good relationship with government and communicate with them, so then maybe everything will be okay.
I would say consider that you are entering into a complex project and that you need to have reserve resources, and especially people that know how to deal with the complex matter. And then also engaging all relevant stakeholders at the beginning of the project already to, let's say, build awareness of all the stakeholders, because this might be a bottleneck.
From my point of view, I would say that first it's necessary to have support from the government. It's necessary to have the legislation in place. This is very important. Then it's very important to have the public acceptance, I mean the local communities, because once you don't have any agreement, so you will not do any step. So this is I think essential. And what I would also recommend, there is no time or don't wait for anybody or anything to happen. If you are the commercial partner, either on the side of the emitter or the possible storage operator, just get into contact and be active in search for such partners and to start the projects.
Okay, so from my perspective, everything was said, so I don't have many to add, but as everyone also said, that the social risk is the biggest risk for any kind of CCS project. So I have a question to NGOs, let's say. What can you do with people with social awareness to help us implement CCS?
Yeah. I see that we have.
There will not be an answer. I understand.
Okay.
I know I was glad that a lot of nice participate in the Polish.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, okay, but everyone.
We are ready to help and really, I think, helping because as I said, Poland, we are part of the working group on CCS communication. We are participating in CCS forum. Luciana here is actually co-chairing the public perception working group CCS forum. And I'm sure other colleagues also trying to contribute and help the industry.
Okay, so but about media, because we had such a situation in Poland that during the legal process of signing the agreement, we've got a lot of negative articles in media, which was quite shocking for us. And do you think that there is a possibility, I don't know, you cooperate with media, so you maybe not teach them, but say what is CCS, what, because, when we're gonna go, we're gonna say that we're gonna, as emitters, we would like to make some CCS project. They're gonna tell, oh, no, we are emitting CO2, you are very wrong, you want to pollute us, you want to pollute the environment and do all the stuff. So maybe there is some kind of, other organization, people, whoever, would be more trustful than us, than any, not only my company, but any kind of companies.
Yeah, we take this and remark on board and reflect on it.
I think there's only so far that's big, right? So we tried, for example, like we worked with industrial operators, our research development, we transmitted about what needs to happen to improve social acceptance when the keep being discussed early, you need to know the community, you need to know who you're speaking to, you need to have messengers that they can trust. And at the end of the day, what ends up happening is completely up to the company and up to the government. So there's only so far we can go. We can be supportive, we can offer the information, and all of the costs. At the end of the day, it's up to the project developer how they actually implement it and how they do that.
Okay.
Yes, thanks for this discussion here. And I see that we have one question from online audience. It is directed to Pegla. Maybe you can briefly explain why were this legislation introduced by the Lithuanian Parliament in 2019 about CO2 storage prohibition. What was the background there?
I don't know the background, but we know that it was strictly forbidden to store CO2 and even to do some researches, geological researches. So I don't know the background, but at the moment we and other big industry companies in Lithuania are working on that with the government, and we are trying to convince them to at least let us try to do some geological researches for CO2, to the possibilities to store CO2. I don't know if it will be successful, but at least we want to try to see if there are any possibilities and if there are any storage in the Lithuania. But if it is so okay, then maybe we could also store some controlled CO2. But if not so, then we know that there is no volumes in underground. So yeah, the situation is like this.
Also, maybe the question my side discussion. I wanted to hear from you the feedback about the project. Are such projects focused on regional corporations such as this CCS4CEE project is useful to your companies for accelerating your projects? And maybe what would you like to see from similar further projects? So you can briefly comment on that.
I want to ask a question. One more. In general, yes, it's very positive to have such a project in the field of CCS, because any kind of communication, of course, positive, negative as well, because we can discussion is very good. But in general, CCS project and CCS communication is very good for the project, because people will hear what exactly is CCS, because they do not know, mostly they do not know, and they're not familiar with that. But there should be more discussion with public, because you all are saying that there should be more this, there should be more that, there should be more something. We all know that, with all due respect, but we all know that, and there should be more work to be done with people, with society. From my side, thank you.
Okay, so I will agree with Agnieszka. I personally see the benefit of these activities, especially in the PR, and this is not only about the public opinion, making the public opinion, but also towards the governments, to explain not only that this is not something horrible, this is environmentally and so on, but also to explain the necessity of doing something. So this is what I see as a key role. Then of course the experience exchange is also very welcome.
Yeah, actually, I was very satisfied with this, let's say, project, and I appreciate the work that has been done within the project. And I think that this, let's say, regional projects should be more often the case, because these problems that we are facing, like I mentioned before, kind of when infrastructure shouldn't be built in one country. We should see over the borders and solving the problem as a whole. And therefore, I think it's really valuable that we have this kind of exchange. And I also believe that there is no big hand that can solve our problems. So if we don't, say, take the chance and some steps in the direction of solving, then we will not succeed, and we just can, say, cry that things are bad. And yeah, congratulations. Maybe like we already mentioned a couple of times, that we need to bring or let's say to raise the awareness of all the stakeholders and public. So could be an opportunity to use the findings from this project also to go a step further in that direction. Thank you.
Yeah, I totally agree with Tomáš that there should be more regional projects like this, because it operate various companies and can share their experience. And I forgot what I wanted to say, but thank you.
Yes, thank you. I think those conclusions and suggestions are good to out for ourselves and others who will implement such projects in the future, and a good way to how to wrap up this panel. So thanks to the panelists, thanks to the audience, and yeah, thank you. You both to the conclusion.
Thank you, Vald. Thank you all the panelists. It was very exciting to listen how the concrete projects of CCS deployment are advancing on different pace in different countries. So we are heading very quickly now towards the end of the final conference of the CCS4CEE project. Before addressing you with my last words, I would like to thank the Ministry of Industry and Trade for having the opportunity to be here, and invite maybe one more time Tomáš Smejkal with a few words at the end. Tomáš, please come and address the audience. I'm happy that so many people still stayed until the end of the event, and that many others were looking at us and listening to us online. So please, Tomáš.
Yes, thank you very much. I know we are beyond or behind our time, and there's flights to catch and places to be, so I don't have any formal speeches, but it was a great pleasure to have you here and to host you or co-host you here at the Ministry of Industry and Trade. I missed some of the panels because actually a lot of people talk about NACPs. There are some people that have to unfortunately write them, so I have to go to do some writing but from the panels that I heard, it was very fruitful, and hopefully most of you would come to your countries and actual countries with fruitful and nice experience from this conference. So I'll just stop here. Unfortunately, the summer days are over, so there is some storm coming. So grab your umbrellas. So if you have evening to stay, just grab your umbrellas, because there is some bad weather coming to the park. So again, thank you and goodbye.
Okay, so maybe last couple of seconds. Also, thank you very much for coming. Today, it was, I would say, in Czech we say nutritious, like very intensive. We learned a lot. The hard chairs made us to really focus on what is going on the panel. I have a feeling that we covered all the angles of the CCS deployment, from technologies through legislation, all the hurdles regarding finances. We covered different stages of the CCS. We heard people from think tanks, from companies, from the state administration. And I think we also heard a lot of recommendations, new policy recommendations, or reinforce the policy recommendations made within the scope of this project. Though this is the final event of the whole project after 3 years, it's still not the end of the project. We still have a couple of weeks and months to conclude it. I'm pretty sure this is not the end, and we do not see each other last time. We will, of course, discuss with partners the possibility of any follow-up projects in the future, because at least my impression is that CCS is still somewhere at rather beginning than at the end or in the middle. So I'm pretty sure we and also societies will hear much more about the CCS in upcoming future. It will be hotter and hotter topic, not anymore a niche topic for few people interested. So at the end, I would like to thank all the partners, people who participated in preparation of this event, Alexandra, Michal, Claudia, Carolina, Filip, but a special thank belongs to Luciana, who prepared the whole program in very interesting way with different sessions with fantastic people. She did the most work for the success of this conference. So Luciana, thank you very much and big applause to you and of course the others. Thank you, all of you as well. You've been great audience and it starts raining now. So, so have a safe trip back home if you are from abroad. Bye and see you next time soon, hopefully.